you. But before we begin, we'd just like to pay homage to our partners who have lended their support in creating this edition and making it extremely successful for the team. So could I request your kind attention towards the screen as we play the partner presentations.
Unparalleled signals, reach and technology enables advertisers to connect with relevant audiences as they browse, stream and shop in their everyday lives to deliver results across your objectives through meaningful connections that matter. Access Amazon's wide reach in India with 66% reach among digital audiences across touchpoints, amplified by leading third-party publishers and supply-side platforms. Leverage our trillions of browsing, shopping and streaming signals to engage customers at each touchpoint, from our video streaming to shopping and everything in the middle. Building on every interaction to bring your stories to life. Drive measurable outcomes for your brand at all stages of the customer journey, from awareness to consideration to purchase. Full funnel advertising at scale for everyone.
जंग हथियारों से नहीं जो रथ से जीती जाती है।
1, 2, 3, go!
বাঙালি লড়ে, বাঙালি গড়ে, বাঙালি আজও দাদাগিরি করে।
आप प्रिंसेस हो।
बिल्कुल। भारत माता की।
सीट एक सोच है।
leading Hindi entertainment channel, Dangal TV. A force. A dream. A vision. By Mr. Manish Singhal. Dangal TV has a massive monthly reach of over 170 million viewers. 10,000 plus hours of powerful storytelling. Producing over 25 hours of original content every week. Catering to audience with different genres. Family drama. Fantasy drama. Romance. Thriller and crime. Mythology. The heartbeat of Indian entertainment. Dangal TV is now #1 globally on YouTube for 8 consecutive months with over 60 million subscribers and 2.1 billion monthly views. The Entertain TV Network.
Amazon's unparalleled signals, reach and technology enables advertisers to connect with relevant audiences as they browse, stream and shop in their everyday lives to deliver results across your objectives through meaningful connections that matter. Access Amazon's wide reach in India with 66% reach among digital audiences across touchpoints, amplified by leading third-party publishers and supply-side platforms. Leverage our trillions of browsing, shopping and streaming signals to engage customers at each touchpoint, from our video streaming to shopping and everything in the middle. Building on every interaction to bring your stories to life. Drive measurable outcomes for your brand at all stages of the customer journey, from awareness to consideration to purchase. Full funnel advertising at scale for everyone.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May we request you all to kindly be seated. It's a full house here in Mumbai, and why won't it be? After all, we are here for an exciting launch But I always like to first pay my respect to Mr. Balsara. Firstly, ladies and gentlemen, can we please give him a big, big round of applause? Such an honor always having him join us. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us for the unveiling of the Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2026. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, and it's indeed my honor to be your host for today. The Pitch Madison Advertising Report, published by the Exchange for Media Group in partnership with Madison Media, is widely regarded as one of the most anticipated forecasts of the advertising spends, be it in the media as well as marketing segment and industry. Over the years, it has evolved into the key industry benchmarks. You would have seen it frequently cited in a lot of media reports, pitch decks, annual reports, or be it a boardroom discussion, even up to an extent of IPO filings by media companies. That is the relevance of PMAR in the industry. The report offers a detailed analysis of how advertising investments were allocated in the previous year and also projects the projections for the future year. Opportunities for markets across key platforms, including print, television, radio, OOH, digital, as well as cinema. Well, at this report launch, we would also like to extend our heartiest gratitude to our partners. Presenting partner, Amazon Ads, combines premium content, trillions of signals, and full funnel measurements to reach relevant audiences. Powered by Truecaller Ads, take the right call. Z Entertainment Enterprises, leading content and technology powerhouse. Teeds, the omni-channel outcomes platform, and Dangal TV. Our gold partner, Segmento, the ultimate data intelligence platform. CTV Scale, the connected TV-first advertising platform built for trust, transparency, and impact. Channel Factory, where sustainability meets performance. Reporter TV, #1 channel in Kerala. And our associate partner, MIQ, a global programmatic leader. Can I encourage all of you to give a big round of applause to all our partners for joining us on the same. Well, according to the last Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2025, India's advertising expenditure was forecast to grow by 11% in 2025, with the total ADEX projected to reach 1.2 lakh crore, adding to 12,000 crore over 2024. Let's see if this year could actually meet its expectations, and let's find out through the report what the stats are. But before we get started, we'd also request your attention on the screen, as joining us is the founder of Exchange for Media and chairman and editor-in-chief of BW Business World, Dr. Anurag Batra, for his address to all of you. Could we now request him to join us?
Good afternoon. It's 24th February 2026. It's that day in February every year where the whole marketing services, business, advertising, communication fraternity gets together to listen to Mr. Sam Balsara on the Pitch Madison Advertising Outlook. So in a few minutes from now, Mr. Balsara will give away the numbers for this year, the trends for this year, and what are his forecasts. So I don't want to give that away. Thank you to Madison for partnering with us for almost 2 decades on this. Thank you, Mr. Balsara, Lara, Vikram, Ajit. I just want to say that I know the numbers. I've read the report. Neeta shared it with me. Ads of mainstream media. So some trends are very predictable, but what is very important is why are they happening? Where is it moving? Of course, digital is becoming bigger and bigger. Programmatic is becoming bigger and bigger. Certain sub-segments within digital are becoming bigger and bigger. But also, there is a revival of some of the mediums. And the ADEX is growing. Let me say, the ADEX is now 1,25,000 crores. The agencies have to reinvent. My favorite headlines is AdX is growing, advertising is growing, our agency is growing. So I think as marketing professionals, as agency professionals, we have to kind of recalibrate ourselves. Mr. Amit Single will deliver the keynote address, and Asian Paints is transforming itself. Of course, it's a very strong brand and the leader in this space, but it has very strong competition. So I'm sure Mr. Single will share with you how Asian Paints will continue to be a leader on the back of a huge brand that really dominates this category. So I look forward to listening to all of the speakers virtually. I'm not in Bombay today. I've had to stay in Delhi for a Business World event, and that's why I'm not in Bombay. Look forward to Girish's session from Blue Star and everybody's session. And we'll hopefully have a conversation post the Pitch Madison Advertising Outlook. On 12th March, we have the Pitch CMO Summit and our Pitch CMO Awards. We look forward to hosting you along with India's top marketeers at that event. All the best. Keep growing. In the world of AI and digital, physical touch, face-to-face, continues to grow. I will say that the value of physical touch and human interface will only grow. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra. Of course, always great to hear his opening comments, and he set the right context for us to begin. Also, as we have all our leaders here amongst us, our esteemed audience members, we'd encourage you during the course of today to hashtag PMAR 2026 as one word. Any experiential sharings you have from today or your wisdom which you'd like to portray, or it could be a basic feedback or a quote from any of our speaker sessions. With that, it is now time for me to call upon the co-founder of Exchange for Media Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Naval Ahuja.
Thank you. Very good evening to all of you to this latest edition of Pitch Medicine Advertising Outlook Report. Almost 2 decades in the making. Sam, 2005, I think, was the first year we did it. First few years were in Delhi. 2003. So year 23, I stand corrected. And we've officially entered the age of AI. 2025 was a remarkable year in many ways, and we can continue to feel the reverberations of growth of AI in the last year or so. So before Mr. Balsara takes the stage and mesmerizes you all with his fantastic numbers that him, Ajit and team and Vikram, Vivek have all put together, I thought let me just encapsulate, summarize what's been happening in our advertising business and take you through some of the things that we thought are important. So when we look at the data in the report, we aren't just looking at numbers, spreadsheets, growth percentages, but we are primarily looking at the digital exhaust of billions of people in this country who are using media on a every second basis. And before we go into the macro trends, what are the micro trends? So think about what's changed today. If you are a professional based in Noida or Bangalore and you wanted to plan a getaway 10 years back, what would you do? You would go Google, you would search and go through links and plan an itinerary. Today that interaction is fundamentally changed. People are not searching, they are solving. So when you go to an AI assistant, you just tell them, find me a nice holiday friendly villa in Kurg for this weekend that has high speed Wi-Fi and a sustainable kitchen, and also book a cab to fit my dog. In that moment, where is the ad? I think that relationship between how consumers are consuming or interacting with media and how ads are served has fundamentally changed. The ad naturally is not a banner that is interrupting your thought. The ad is the solution that appears inside the agent's recommendation. And it is the villa that is optimized, the data, the best to be discoverable by an AI agent, the cab service that has integrated its API into the conversation flow the best. So this is the world we are entering, or we've already entered this world. A world where advertising is moving from a surface to a system. Maybe few years down the line, we will just do an AI prompt to, give us the latest pitch medicine advertising projections, and, we won't have to spend 30, 40 days crunching data. So if we step back and look at the last decade, advertising has gone through three phases primarily. First, as we all know, legacy media has thrived on that, the what we call the scale, the era of big reach. How fast can we reach consumers, and how efficiently can we do that? Success defined by GRPs, readership metrics, and so on and so forth. The second phase, as we've seen in the last 5, 6 years, especially, during COVID and after, is the phase of precision. This was the decade of data, targeting, performance, measurement, optimization as speed and scale. The 4 Ps coined by Philip Kotler have now morphed into what people call 8, 10 Ps, adding things like performance, permission, and so on to the mix. So what we became obsessed was with the who. Whom are we reaching out to? Now today we are entering the third phase, which is the phase of integration. The next 2, 3 years will not be defined by a single platform or a single technological breakthrough. They will be defined by a redefinition of how interaction itself is evolving between people, media, commerce, and brands. So what are the shifts that this is going to imply for us? First and foremost is from an identity-led advertising, we are entering the phase of intent intelligence. The world is not disappearing, but it is increasingly becoming operationally expensive and legally maintain. In India, as we saw with the DPDP Act last year, as it is becoming an operational reality, the identity game that has been played for the last 10 years is rapidly changing. Brands are increasingly needing to justify how data is collected, stored, governed, and activated. So what replaces pure identity of a consumer is intent intelligence. What is the consumer trying to do? Am I trying to, for example, look for a recipe online, which means I have an intent for culinary creation. If I'm looking for, say, an SUV to drive on a hilly terrain, I'm looking for adventure and safety. So advertising, as we knew it, from targeting to who is this person, is now moving to how can this brand be useful in this specific moment of intent. And that's a big change. It requires for us to focus on our energies in a different manner. So in 2026, the most valuable data point is not the name or the age of the consumer, but what is the immediate goal of the consumer. The other second shift we already have experienced drastically in the last 4 years, but I think this is the year when retail media becomes the to be known as the full funnel. For years, e-commerce, as we know, was treated as the bottom of the funnel game. The boundary between where we discover and where we buy has completely vanished. I mean, we've had even the quick commerce guys doing skyrocketing advertising revenue numbers, and that's a testament to the fact that retail media now allows brands to close loops. We can see the direct path from an ad impression going to the purchase in a walled garden, and that offers 100% attribution. So, which means you're not just buying eyeballs anymore, you're buying transactions, and that's really taking us to the what we call the point of truth. The third, again, we've all been sort of exposed to quite a bit, and the report also talks widely about that, is the growth of connected TV. The big screen we all thought was dying, but CTV is now experiencing a huge surge, reaching over 129 million users in India. Ashish Ferwani was just telling me, estimates now say CTV advertising alone has touched 10,000 crores. That's a huge number, given that, this space barely existed half a decade back. So CTV has really become the centerpiece of a hybrid household. The challenge for us now is measurement. Mr. Sakuja is here driving many of the industry initiatives on measurement, and hopefully as the lines between OTT, YouTube on TV, linear TV blur, we'll have unified metrics, better measurement to allow brands to have a better view of what's going on. The next shift is what the Prime Minister has also widely spoken about, the orange economy and the creators. The creator economy is no longer a side hustle, as we all know. It's a massive economic force projected to be worth nearly 10,000 crores when you account for direct brand to creator deals. So this year, in 2026, creators are not just influencers, they are discovery engines. For Gen Z and younger millennials, a creator's recommendation carries more weight than a celebrity endorsement because of contextual trust. As an industry, we are moving away from one-off influencer campaigns towards long-term equity partnerships. Brands are no longer just using creators for reach. They are co-creating products, co-hosting live commerce events, and using creators as the human interface. So that's another big change already on the anvil. The next one is obviously, we've all been talking about AI. Much of the public conversation today has been about AI generated content, also known as generative side of AI. But the larger transformation is operational. AI is now the operating system of the marketing stack. It manages bidding decisions, creative multivariate testing, and budget allocations. So now this creates a paradox. So if AI and automation and machines are going to do decision making, where does that leave the role of a human being? And the role of people becomes even more important, because then human beings must remain the steward of the brand soul. Technology can optimize for a click, but only people can decide what deserves trust. The future of marketing organization will not be defined by how many campaigns it can manually manage. It will be defined by how intelligently it can guide automated systems, audit outcomes, and maintain brand equity. Coming to brand integrity and equity, another defining characteristic of 2026 is the transformation of trust from a marketing sentiment into a measurable and must-have business variable. Consumers are more aware of data usage than ever before. Simultaneously, the rise of synthetic content, deep fakes, is forcing a crisis of authenticity. In this environment, trust is not something to say in an ad, it is something to build in your infrastructure. Finally, the Indian context and the playbook we are creating. India is no longer just a fast-growing market adopting Western standard, because our digital public infrastructure, the India stack as it has come to be known now, and our diverse linguistic landscape, India is writing its own playbook. The combination of UPI, digital identity, rapid AI adoption creates a fertile ground for new media models. We are seeing the rise of live commerce at the scale that rivals China. We are seeing hyperlocal advertising that speaks to a billion people in their own dialects. So if I had to summarize 2026 landscape in a single sentence, it would be: advertising is moving from interruption to integration. We are moving from presence to participation. We are moving from being a messenger to being a decision companion. If the numbers you will see in the Pitch Medicine advertising report reflect a market that is becoming more automated, more accountable, more deeply embedded in human behavior. It is a market that demands more from us: more transparency, more creativity, more strategic depth. But amidst all this technological acceleration, the fundamentals of our craft remain untouched. Our job is still to understand people, to build trust, to create meaningful differentiation, and to deliver real value. The shape of media market, as we have seen in the last 23 odd years, ever since the report started, has drastically changed. Consumer behavior has changed. Technology has touched every part of our lives. What remains true is people who are in advertising, who are working on brand, the essence of the brand's identity and integrity becomes even more important today, and that in some ways are the qualitative aspects that reflect in these numbers. Yes, there is growth of digital media, there is growth of AI, but companies that have done well during this drastic change are the ones that have tried to kind of look at the change well in advance and morph themselves into new age players. And the numbers that Mr. Balsara will present today will reflect some of that. Thank you again to all of you for being here, for supporting this initiative. Thank you to all our partners: Amazon Ads, Truecaller Ads, Leads, Segmento, CTV Scale, Channel Factory, Reporter TV. Thank you for being part of this, and I look forward to Mr. Balsara's presentation, all the talks during the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Mr. Ahuja a warm round of applause. Of course, I love more energy in the room, and that will only happen if we have an energy exchange. So when I say a good round of applause, I expect all of you. Come on, we're all together as an industry. So let's always keep all our events full of energy. And as Mr. Ahuja rightly said, we're keenly awaiting Mr. Balsara's address. But before that, we'd like to pay our respect to our partners. Would I take the opportunity now to cue in partner presentations?
Amazon's unparalleled signals, reach and technology enables advertisers to connect with relevant audiences as they browse, stream and shop in their everyday lives to deliver results across your objectives through meaningful connections that matter. Access Amazon's wide reach in India with 66% reach among digital audiences across touchpoints, amplified by leading third-party publishers and supply-side platforms. Leverage our trillions of browsing, shopping and streaming signals to engage customers at each touchpoint, from our video streaming to shopping and everything in the middle. Building on every interaction to bring your stories to life. Drive measurable outcomes for your brand at all stages of the customer journey, from awareness to consideration to purchase. Full funnel advertising at scale for everyone.
In the world of advertising, the big screen has always been the ultimate prize. Programmatic is blind on CTV. It treats cinematic ads like standard mobile video, hidden, spoofed, and untraceable. Introducing CTV Scale, the only connected TV-first advertising platform built for trust, transparency, and impact. We close the gap. Mirror your linear TV authority with our convergent approach. Total access to a fragmented ecosystem unified in one place. From non-skippable video to interactive tiles, we deliver scaling potential legacy systems simply cannot match. Verified by the giants. Real-time fraud prevention with M-Filterit. Industry standard ratings by Nielsen. CTV Scale. Reclaiming the living room. Redefining the big screen.
In today's media universe, every frame fights for attention. Every scroll is a pitch. Every stream is a story. But amid this endless noise, who still controls the meaning? India sits at the center of the world's content explosion. Billions of videos, creators, and AI-generated ideas, all competing for the same 5 seconds of focus. Scale is no longer the challenge. Relevance is. Because not every impression drives impact, not every context builds credibility, and not every view earns trust. At Channel Factory, we help brands navigate this abundance, turning visibility into value through suitability, cultural understanding, and hyper-localized precision that speaks to every persona in every language. For the new India, diverse, digital, and dynamic, this isn't just about reaching audiences, it's about reaching the right moment in their world. Because when everything is seen, what still matters is being understood. Channel Factory. Relevance redefined.
Reporter News Network stands as South India's biggest election coverage platform, powered by the widest reporting network and the strongest ground presence across Kerala. With expert editorial analysis that decodes every mandate and every shift in voter sentiment, Reporter commands the largest following among Keralites for election updates. Delivering the fastest updates and the most accurate results, the network leads from the front on counting day and throughout the electoral process. Home to the biggest and most original election shows, Reporter connects with every segment of society across all age groups, making it the complete destination for election coverage. Delivering the complete election picture as it is, the complete election channel. An irreplaceable news voice in the Malayalam media landscape. Reporter, fight for justice.
Sometimes you only notice average when you see something better. When it comes to programmatic, average is what most partners offer. And don't you deserve better? You need a partner with tech that puts you first, insights that help you exceed every target, and traders that over-deliver on quality and performance. At MIQ, the best of the best is our standard, not your average programmatic.
MIQ Sigma is the leading AI-powered advertising technology. With Sigma's AI, connectivity is seamless. Customization is endless. Decisioning is fearless. And your results become boundless. Take your programmatic advertising to the nth degree. MIQ Sigma is the leading AI-powered advertising technology.
May we encourage all of you to give our partners a big, big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to hear from a leader who truly needs no introduction. A towering figure in the media and entertainment industry, he's somebody who's built and led Madison into the country's largest independent media agency. With over 3 decades plus at the forefront of media and advertising, he, being the chairman of Madison World, brings a depth of perspective and industry insight that only a few can match. Ladies and gentlemen, it's truly an honor now to invite none other than Mr. Sam Balsara.
So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for keeping your date with me for the 23rd year in succession. On the face of it, it looks as if our market has slowed down, but dig a little deeper and you will find a lot indeed has happened in the advertising world. Over the next 30 minutes, I will walk you through some of the critical aspects of what has changed. We'll break it down in terms of first, what broke. Traditional media did have a challenge. Second, what scaled. Digital is now the absolute majority in real terms, and the 3 explosive engines that power its growth. And lastly, what still matters, the enduring fundamentals that determine long-term success regardless of which channel rises or falls. India's advertising market can be viewed through two lenses and both tell us an important story. The legacy definition that we have been using all along shows a total ADEX of 1.15 lakh crores, growing 7%. Traditional commands a 54% share and digital 46%. This view allows us to compare year-on-year trends with the earlier years. However, this year onwards, we have expanded the definition to include e-commerce advertising and MSME digital spends. Including these two, total ADEX is now 1.55 lakh crores, growing at 12%. Traditional is now just 40% of the market and digital 60%. If you back calculate the addition, digital share has grown from 52% in 23 to 55% in 24 and 60% in 25. So this is the new reality in 2025, which we have to recognize. India's advertising market structure is still unique but slowly catching up with global trends. Worldwide advertising reached 1.19 trillion in 2005, with digital holding a 79% share. With our broader definition, including Q-commerce and MSME, India's digital rises to 60%, narrowing the gap with global figures of 79%. So advertisers must adopt global strategies for India, leveraging current traditional strengths but preparing for rapid digital growth. India must follow its own path, more balanced but converging fast with global digital patterns. The shift from traditional to digital, of course, didn't happen overnight. It's been a decade-long reallocation. In 2016, traditional commanded 85% share and digital just 15%. By 2019, digital had crossed 20%. By 23, it reached 40%. And now, with the expanded definition, it has reached 60%. 2020 was the pandemic crash, but digital still grew at 10%, whilst traditional fell 29%. The recovery in 21-22 lifted both. From 23 onwards, the divergence widened. 2005 is the first year traditional fell in absolute terms even as the market grew. So who's driving the shift? Let us look at India's top advertisers. India's advertising market is highly concentrated in the hands of a few, and the biggest spenders already seem to have made digital their pivot. Amongst the top 50 advertisers, digital accounts for 58% of the mix, TV accounts for 32%, and other media just 10%. For India's largest spenders, digital is already the default planning spine. TV is now a high-impact selective layer, not the starting point. Within the top 50, we see three distinct playbooks. FMCG has 16 advertisers with a 50-47 split between TV and digital. Auto has 8 advertisers with 45% digital, 16% TV, and 39% in other media, making Auto truly a champion of multimedia. And e-commerce has 6 advertisers with 76% digital and 21% TV. Each sector is building its own system, but note, all are digital majority. The top 10 advertisers operate with 61% digital share. So if digital scaling and top advertisers are pivoting, what broke? 2025 was the year the great reallocation became undeniable. On the legacy definition, traditional fell 739 crores while digital added 8,000 crores. So digital delivered 110% more than offsetting traditional decline. On the expanded definition, the story is even starker. Traditional fell the same, 739 crores, but digital added 16,895 crores, 105% growth. Advertisers are not just now experimental with digital, they are cutting traditional budgets in absolute terms and moving their money to digital. India, you could say, has shifted from expansion to reallocation. The clearest example of this is in linear TV. Linear TV experienced its steepest annual decline in 2025, and the volume crash reveals what's really happening. TV ADEX fell from 34,453 crores to 32,855 crore, down 1,589 crore, or a 5% share of total ADEX dropped from 32 to 28. We lost 488 active advertisers. This is on top of last year's loss of several hundred more. In terms of ad volumes, fell 10% from 2,134 million seconds to 1,913 million seconds. So value down 5%, volume down 10% on TV. Advertisers seem to be cutting cheap tonnage, not abandoning the screen. They are moving away from low attention commodity GRPs towards measurable high impact environments. TV isn't dead. Linear TV is being replaced by large screens, which includes CTV. In terms of genre shifts, sports has certainly and decisively moved up. Commodity GEC, news, movies are under pressure. The advertiser, it appears, is willing to pay more for higher attention. FMCG removed 779 crores from traditional media in 25, the largest single category relocation. TV bore the brunt. FMCG spent fell 670 crores from 8,553 crores to 15,183 crores. A 4% decline, but it accounts for 42% of the total TV decline. Print saw FMCG cut 78 crores and radio lost another 31 crores. totaling to 779 crores removed from traditional. Why did this happen? The downtrading crisis, 4% urban growth, but 8% unbranded surge as consumers seem to be trading down. Second, structural efficiency pressures. FMCG realized blanket mass coverage wasn't delivering ROI. Better alternatives emerged. Sports for high attention impact, retail media for conversion, QCOM for trial and repeat, and performance digital for precision. FMCG isn't spending less overall. They are reallocating from GEC tonnage to IPL and Cricket World Cup, from print reach to Amazon and Flipkart shelf visibility, from radio frequency to Blinkit and Zepto Insta trial. This is the end of blanket mass coverage as a strategy. And just when digital seemed unstoppable, quarter four delivered a shock. Digital's 18% decline in quarter four was the biggest quarterly reversal we have seen in recent times, and it reveals how uncomfortable truths, volatility, and regulatory risks can be. Quarter one saw explosive growth, digital up 50% year on year, driven by election spending and e-commerce's summer surge. Quarter two sustained the momentum at 21%. Quarter three saw festive and preparing for a 33% growth, but quarter four collapsed. Digital fell 18% year on year from 13,588 crores to 11,144 crores. With real money gaming banned, we see that the fastest growing advertiser went from a major spender to near zero overnight. If your 26 plan assumes even quarterly pacing, tear it up. Plan for H1 strength, quarter three festive surge, and quarter four pullback. And build regulatory scenario planning into every category. Traditional media has its own uneven story. Print actually grew, but with a twist. Print delivered positive growth in 25, 594 crores, up 3%, but its quarter four dependent category, selective, language segmented story, print ADEX reached 20,866 crores, up from 20,272 crore. Share dropped 1 point from 19% to 18%, and volume was essentially flat. 31% of print's annual ADEX came in quarter four. Look at the quarterly progression. Quarter one was plus 1%, quarter two was plus 1%, quarter three was plus 3%, and then quarter four was plus 5%. Quarter four alone added 340 crores of growth, but out of the total 594 crores. Remove quarter four and print was barely positive. Festive year-end campaigns, auto model launches, real estate project launches, BFSI, tax-saving products, these are inherently quarter four heavy categories. And print to them is their credibility medium. English editions are the growth engine in print. Regional editions are under pressure. And category-wise, Auto led with plus 8%, BFSI and fashion grew 7%, retail added 4%, all compensating for FMCG's 3% decline. Print is surviving on selective, high involvement, credibility driven categories, not mass reach. Radio, meanwhile, has completed its transformation into a tactical medium. Radio's power is no longer national presence, it's local bursts in city amplification. Radio ADEX in 2025 was 2,515 crores, and our 26 forecast is 2,388 crore, down 5%. Share dropped from 1.62% to a projected 1.37%. Radio is shrinking slowly but consistently. Radio has pivoted from being a national coverage medium to a tactical localized amplifier. Brands use radio for frequency in specific cities around specific windows. Real estate project launches in Bangalore, auto dealership events in Pune, education admission drives in tier 2 cities. It's not about sustaining national presence anymore. It's about tactical bursts. Real estate and auto led radio investments. FMCG seems to be pulling back. And like print, radio is heavily quarter 4 dependent. 30% of annual ADEX came in quarter 4, driven by year-end localized campaigns. Radio still works, but for defined jobs, frequency, locality, cost efficiency. It's not now in the core plan, it's in the tactical toolkit. Let me pull together the traditional media story. First is absolute decline. Traditional ADEX fell 739 crores, a negative of 1%. This is the first absolute decline in the post-pandemic recovery. It marks the end of the expansion phase. Linear TV structural collapse. TV fell 1589 crores, down 5%, but volumes fell 10%. That's advertisers cutting cheap tonnage, GRPs that don't deliver attention or outcomes. The screen still matters, but linear seems to be collapsing. FMCG's historic pullback, 779 crores removed from traditional by FMCG, 42% of TV decline. This is reallocation, not budget cuts. Money moved to sports, retail media, Q-commerce, and performance digital. Quarter 4 digital volatility. Digital fell 18% in quarter 4 due to the RMG regulatory shock and budget fatigue. This is a warning. Digital is volatile, front-loaded, and vulnerable to policy. Regulatory risks. The RMG shock showed policy can erase 2,500 plus crores of ADEX overnight. DPDP faced 2 categories, specific curbs, platform taxation, all loom as structural risks. That's what broke. Now let's talk about what scaled. Hopefully, it's a far more optimistic story. On the expanded definition, which includes QCOM and MSME, look at the progression. 52% in digital in 23, 55 in 24, and now 60% in 2025. We crossed the majority in 24 and consolidated it this year. Traditional is now just 40% of the market. Why this matters? 60% digital is not a gradual evolution, it's a structural breakpoint. It demands different organizational structures, different talent, different planning methodologies, different measurement systems. You can't run a 60% digital market with a TV first planning process. The spine has to flip. What's driving this? Three explosive engines: Q-commerce, MSME, and CTV are the three growth engines that powered digital from 55 to 60% in a single year. Quick commerce advertising went from 300 crores in 23 to 1325 crores in 24, up 342%, and then to 4000 crores in 25, up another 20%. That's 1233% growth in 2 years. Platforms like Blinkit, Zepto, and Swiggy, Instamart have moved from experiential to mandatory infrastructure. MSME digital spending was 24,300 crores in 23, 29,000 crores in 24, and 35,814 crores in 25, growing at 32% almost throughout these years. Connected TV went from roughly 3,000 crores in 2024 to 6,000 crores in 25, near doubling. We've expanded the CTV definition to include YouTube CTV alongside OTT CTV, and the category is scaling fast. Meanwhile, linear TV fell 1598 crores, but when you add CTV, the total large screen linear plus CTV grew from 37,000 crores to 38,855 crores, up 3.6%. This is video budget redistribution, not video budget collapse. Let me now zoom in on MSME because it's the most underestimated force by all of us in Indian advertising. MSME digital spend is 35,814 crore, larger than print, nearly as large as linear TV, and it's reshaping the entire digital ecosystem. 35,814 crores, that's 38% of total digital ADEX on the expanded definition. Q-commerce adds another 4,000 crores. Together, MSME plus Q-commerce represents 43% of total digital, almost half. MSME digital is bigger than print at 20,866 crores. It's bigger than radio, cinema, and OH combined, and it's approaching linear TV at 32,000 crores. First, they drive auction dynamics. MSME bids aggressively, pushing up CPMs and CPCs for everyone. Second, they shape platform roadmaps. Google and Meta build features for MSME advertisers as much for big brands. Third, they set performance benchmarks. MSME operates at 2 to 3x ROAS thresholds, and that becomes the industry norm. MSME is performance first, self-serve, auction-based, always on, and agile. They optimize weekly, not quarterly. They don't care about brand metrics. They care about ROI, period. And they're growing 21% annually. The MSME universe is invisible in most agency presentations, but it's 38% of digital ADEX and rising. Ignoring it means misunderstanding the market. QCOM is equally explosive but more visible. Quick commerce advertising went from 300 to 4,000 crores in 2 years and is projected to hit 6,000 crores in 26. That's a 1900% increase in 3 years. Q-commerce is not just fast delivery, it's a full funnel advertising system, discovery, consideration, and instant purchase all in one ecosystem. Blinkit, Zepto, Swiggy, Instamart are running banner ads, category sponsorships, search ads, and sampling programs. FMCG brands are using quick commerce for instant trial, new product launches, and promotional velocity. Q-commerce has graduated from side note to structural engine. It's larger than cinema, it's approaching O8 scale, and by 2027 will be bigger than radio. This is mandatory infrastructure now, not an experimental channel. Q-commerce sits within the broader retail media revolution. E-commerce plus Q-com reached 14,257 crores in 25, adding 4,864 crores year on year, more than 3 times what linear TV lost. E-commerce advertising within core digital reached 10,527 crores, up 27% from 8,000 crores. Q-commerce added 4,000 crores, up 202%. Combined, that's 14,425 crores, growing 52% and representing 27% of core digital ADEX. Linear TV fell 1598 crores. E-commerce plus Q-com added 4,864 crores. Why retail media matters? 3 reasons. First, full funnel capability, awareness, consideration, and purchase in one system. Second, closed loop measurement. You see exact sales lift from ad spend. Third, proximity to money. Retail media connects advertising directly to the cash register. Brands now face an explicit choice. Lead, build proprietary retail media capabilities, negotiate prime placement, test aggressively. Follow, match competitive spend, maintain visibility, or consciously abstain with a clear rationale. Standing on the sidelines with a strategy is itself a decision and it has consequences. Let's talk about large screen resilience. TV is dead, long live the large screen. Linear is declining, but the screen is growing. Linear TV fell from 34,453 crores to 32,000 odd crores, down 4.6%. CTV doubled from 3,000 crores to 6,000 crores, up 100%. Large screen grew from 37,000 to 38,000, up 3.7%, and our 2026 forecast has large screen reaching 40,855, growing another 5%. Video budgets are not disappearing, they are redistributing across delivery pipes from linear broadcasts to IP delivered connected TV and digital video on mobile. OTT and YouTube advertisers are paying for high attention, measurable environments instead of cheap GRP tonnage. The screen still matters. The way it's delivered is what's changing. One, attention at scale, talking about 4 reasons why the large screen still endures. Attention at scale. Only large screen delivers sustained attention to millions simultaneously. 2, memory building, high recall environments for brand messaging. 3, sports power, IPL, Cricket World Cup, Olympics drive premium inventory and premium pricing. 4, premiumization, the shift from commodity GRPs to targeted, measurable, high yield impressions. So, the strategic implication to my mind is to treat linear TV and CTV as one large screen bucket, decide what spend level, category, restage, geographic, large screen becomes non negotiable, then allocate between linear and CTV based on yield, targeting, and measurement needs. CTV deserves its own moment because how fast it's scaling. We've expanded the CTV definition this year to include YouTube CTV alongside OTT CTV, and the category is now 6,000 crores, growing 33% annually. The evolution 2024, 3,000 crores, about 2.2% of ADEX. 2025, 6,000 crore, 3.9% of ADEX. And 2006 forecast, 8,000 crores and 4.6% of ADEX. YouTube on connected TV screens behaves exactly like OTT. IPP delivered, measurable, targetable, non-linear. So we've included it. For comparability, we've restated 2024 with expanded definition as well. CTV is not a niche anymore. It's a 6,000 crore category scaling at 33% annually, and it represents the premium measurable end of video advertising. Advertisers are actively choosing CTV over linear, not because the screen changed, but because the experience and measurement did. Now, one traditional medium did grow. What is that? OH. OH grew 4% in 25 when traditional overall fell 1%, making it the only traditional medium that scaled. OH ADEX reached 4,835 crores in 25 and is forecast to hit over 5,000 crores in 26, growing 5% share. Share is modest, 3.12% in 25, 2.91% in 26, but the growth trajectory is positive. Why did OH grow? 3 drivers. 1, real estate. OH surged from 1,007 crore to 1,206 crore, up 20%. Metro launches, luxury residential projects, commercial real estate drove hyper-local dominance strategies. 2, BFSI added modest but steady OH spending. 3, premiumization and DOH, out of home formats command higher rates and better targeting. OH is about urban visibility, site level presence, and brand authority. It's the offline anchor in a digital majority world. Real estate uses OH to mark territory around project sites. BFSI uses it for trust and salience at high traffic urban nodes, and auto uses it as part of multimedia consideration journey. Let's look at the category winners across TV and print. Categories are making explicit choices: who's investing, who's pulling back, and where's the money going. FMCG dominates at 46% share, but it fell 670 crores, accounting for 42% of TV's decline. E-commerce is second at 16% share, also down 238 crores. Auto held steady with a marginal 15 crores increase. Real estate, household durables, BFSI, telecom all declined. TV is under pressure across the board. Print top categories. Auto led print growth with 233 crores, up 8%, representing 15% of print ADEX. BFSI grew 92 crores, up 7%. Real estate added 48 crores, showing digital native brands embracing print for credibility. But FMCG cut 78 crores and education pulled back 36 crores. High involvement credibility, heavy considered purchase categories, auto, BFSI, real estate are investing in print and selectively OH. FMCG is cutting traditional broadly and relocating to digital, sports, and retail media. E-commerce is experimenting with print for trust building as competitive intensity rises. To summarize what I've just said, 5 forces have powered from growth from 55% to 60%. India at 60% digital. On the expanded definition, digital reached 93,156 crores, 60% share, growing 22%. Traditional fell to 40% share. Digital majority has arrived. 3 explosive engines, which I spoke about. QCOM at 4,000 crores, up 202%. MSME at 35,814 crores, up 21%. And CTV 6,000 crores, up 100%. These three alone added over 10,000 crores to digital ADEX. Point 3, retail media revolution. E-com plus Q-com reached 14,257 crores, growing 52%, adding 4,864 crore year on year. That's more than 3 times what linear TV lost. Large screen resilience. Despite TV falling 5%, large screens grew 3.7% to 38,855 crores. Video budgets are redistributing, not disappearing. The only traditional medium that grew, powered by real estate's 20% surge and urban premiumization, was OH. So that's what scaled. Now, what still matters? In a 60% digital market, the temptation is to declare TV dead. But large screen, linear screen plus CTV is a 38,855 crore system in 2005, growing to 40,026. The screen matters after all. The delivery pipe is what is changing. 4 reasons why large screen endures. 1, attention at scale. Only large screen delivers sustained passive attention to millions. You can't replicate what TikTok or Instagram. 2, memory building, high recall, lean back environments build mental availability that makes search, social, e-commerce more efficient. 3. Sports power. IPL, Cricket World Cup, Olympics command premium audiences and premium pricing. 4. Premiumization. The shift from cheap GEC tonnage to targeted, measurable, high-yield sports and tentpole properties. Sports is growing in share and pricing. Commodity, GEC movies and news are under pressure. The future of large screen is impact properties, high engagement tentpoles, not continuous low attention GRPs. So the planning mandate should be treat linear TV and CTV as one large screen bucket where large screen becomes non-negotiable based budget category, stage, geography and competitive context. Then allocate between linear and CTV based on yield, targeting capability and measurement needs. And in a performance obsessed market, brand building still matters. In a 60% digital market, the temptation to over-index on performance is high. But performance without brand is a sugar high. It delivers short-term sales at escalating costs. Media must deliver across three jobs: attention, getting noticed in fragmented environments, and memory building, mental availability, and brand associations. Response, converting intent into action. Performance media handles response brilliantly, but without attention and memory, response becomes increasingly expensive. Why brand building endures? Three reasons. One, digital performance depends on brand equity. Brands with higher awareness and favorability get better click-through rates, conversion rates, and lower costs per acquisition. Large screen builds mental availability that makes search, social, and e-commerce more efficient. 3. Long-term growth requires both short-term activation and long-term brand building. Brands that maintain brand building investments through downturns recover faster. The 60-40 rule, roughly 60% brand building, 40% activation, remains the evidence-based benchmark for sustainable growth. The top 50 advertisers maintain large screen plus digital systems, not either or. They understand that digital drives response, but large screen drives the equity that makes digital efficient. This brings me to the next principle, allocation over expansion. India has entered, I believe, an allocation phase. The question is no longer how much should we spend, it's where we should spend each rupee. Traditional fell 739 crores even as ADEX grew. FMCG cut 779 crores from traditional and relocated to digital, 58% to digital, 32% TV, and 10% others, not just scaling budgets. Weak media strategies will underperform even at higher spend levels. Market share gains will come from allocation efficiency, not budget escalation. Clear channel roles become non-negotiable. Each medium must have a defined job in the system. 2025 marks the end of habit-driven media planning. Every rupee must behave like capital, not ad budget. Allocate with intention, measure with rigor, and reallocate based on evidence. The old model was channelless with siloed KPIs. The new model is systems of effects, even with integrated measurement. The old model was TV for reach, print for credibility, digital for performance, measured in GRPs, circulation, and clicks. Each medium judged on its own metrics with no visibility into how they work together. In the new model, we have to build media architectures around three jobs: attention, system, sustained presence across large screen, print, radio, audio. Response system is search, social, e-commerce, QCom, retail media. Each medium has an explicit role and it's judged on contribution to the full system. Why this matters: in a 60% digital market, planning must start with what job media must do. Which environments do these jobs best, not what the GRP target should be. System thinking replaces this siloed thinking. Contribution analysis replaces last quick attribution. This level of sophistication is mandatory now because the markets are maturing. The key message then should be India's media market is maturing and maturity punishes bad allocation immediately. Growth rates normalizing from 20% and higher growth to 7 to 12% in 24-25. Advertiser base consolidating. Top 50 control 34% of ADEX. Platform complexity is rising. 40 plus platforms, multiple formats, and fragmented audiences. What maturity demands: three things. One, explicit trade offs: digital versus TV, linear versus CTV, brand versus performance, tier 1 versus tier 2, 3. Every allocation is a choice with an opportunity cost. 2, measurement rigor: attribution incrementality, contribution analysis. It's worked is not good enough anymore. Planning sophistication, multi-touch attribution, marketing mix modeling, test and learn frameworks. In a high growth market, mistakes get covered by rising tide. In a maturing market, bad allocation gets punished immediately. Sophistication is no longer a nice to have, it's a survival requirement. One area where sophistication is now mandatory is retail media. E-commerce plus Q-commerce is no longer optional. They are mandatory infrastructure for conversion-driven categories. E-commerce plus Q-commerce reached 14,257 crores in 25. By 27, this will likely cross 2,000 crores. This is not a side channel, it's a primary growth engine. 4 reasons why this is mandatory. 1, full funnel capability, awareness, consideration, and purchase in one ecosystem. 2, closed loop measurement. See exact sales lift from ad spend. 3, precision targeting, behavioral data, purchase history, location based. 4, speed to shelf. Q-commerce delivers in 10 minutes. Advertising drives instant trial. Brands must now make an explicit choice: lead, build proprietary retail media capabilities and negotiate prime placement. Test aggressively, follow match competitive spend, maintain visibility, abstain consciously, choose not to play with a clear rationale. Standing in the sidelines without strategy is itself a decision, and it has consequences for share, pricing power, and shelf visibility. The MSME parallel universe. MSME digital is 38% of the total digital ADEX, and MSME plays by different roles. Ignoring MSME means misunderstanding the market. 35,814 crores in 25, growing 21%. Projected 42,976 crore in that radio plus cinema plus OH combined and approaching linear TV scale. How MSME behaves differently. Four ways. One, performance first mindset. ROI, not brand metrics, is the only KPI. Two, self-serve platforms, Google Ads, Meta Business Manager, Amazon Advertising, Flipkart Ads. Three, auction-based pricing. MSME bids aggressively, driving up CPM and CPCs for everyone. Four, always on and agile, weekly optimization, not quarterly. Three reasons why this matters. One, MSME shapes platform roadmaps as much as big brands do. Google and media build features for MSME advertisers. Two, MSME advertisers drives auction dynamics and affect advertisers. Three, MSME sets performance benchmarks that become the industry norms. 2 to 3 ROS thresholds are baseline because MSME won't spend otherwise. The MSME universe is invisible in most agency presentations, but is 38% of digital ADEX and growing 21% annually. You can't plan effectively in a 60% digital market without understanding MSME behavior. So, 7 enduring fundamentals to end with. 38,855 crore in 2005, growing to 40,855 crore in 2026. Attention at scale, memory building, sports spa, the screen matters, and delivery pipe is what's shifting. Point two, brand building still matters. Performance depends on brand equity. 60-40 rule for sustainable growth. Digital performance becomes expensive without large-scale driven mental availability. Allocation over expansion. India is in an allocation phase now. Every rupee must have a job. Weak strategies get punished immediately. Systems over silos. Design attention memory response systems. Judge media on system contribution, not siloed KPI. Point 5, maturity demands sophistication. Explicit trade-offs, measurement rigor, planning sophistication are now mandatory. Retail media mandate, e-commerce plus Q-commerce, mandatory infrastructure. Choose to lead, follow, or consciously abstain, but make an explicit choice. MSME parallel universe, 38% of digital, shaping platforms, pricing, and benchmarks. Can't ignore this anymore. So, the key message, digital versus traditional, Digital share will rise from 60% to 64% in 2026, crossing the threshold by two-third in 27. Linear TV stays flat at 2,855 crore, zero growth. Print edges up 2.5% to 21,800 crores. Radio falls 5% to 2,388 crores. Cinema and OH grow modestly at 5% each. Total traditional 62,269 crores. Core digital grows 18% to 63,000 crores. Q-commerce explodes 50% to 6,000 crores. MSME grows 20% to 42,976 crores. Implications: digital share rises from 60 to 64.1%. Traditional falls from 39 to 35%. By 2027, digital will likely cross two-thirds of the market. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening to me patiently.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sam Balsara. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause. What an insightful session it is. Well, we're truly, in the backstage, we're hearing every word he said, and it is always tried and tested how Pmar over the years has been cited across the industry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed my honor to move ahead after our incredible session from Mr. Sam Balsara for our opening keynote, wherein we look at talking about what advertisers expect from media owners in tough times. We're truly elated that we have with us the Managing Director and CEO of Asian Paints, one of India's most admired and trusted brands. With a strong vision for innovation and customer-centric growth, he has steered the company into new frontiers of design and home decor. Known for his strategic foresight and a dynamic leadership, he's somebody who strengthened Asian Paints' global presence. On that note, please join me in welcoming none other than Amit Singhal.
Okay, great. I think it was quite exhilarating to hear Sam, always in terms of the trends, in terms of what's really happening around. But sometimes I think we need to just keep those trends within us, because some of us are trendsetters in terms of what we do, in terms of looking at really seeing that what changes we can bring to the industry in terms of how we want to kind of go. I'm a firm believer of the fact that given the fact that today what we see happening around is something which is very, very different. I think it's a world of constant change, constant disruption. And I think this is a change which is really very, very different in terms of what we are seeing, and it kind of really compels us to kind of really be thinking very, very dynamic, thinking on our feet, and really seeing that how our strategies are far more something which are changing with the times in terms of what we need to kind of really do. At Asian Paints, I think one of the things which we've truly believed is that, advertising is not like an on-off button that you can decide in terms of switching it off whenever you want. It's something which possibly is really which gives you fruits, whether it is in terms of the short, medium, or the long term. But it is something which, if you are building a brand and your brand is something which really stands out, it is one of those triggers which you need to kind of really keep on at it to that extent. Times will change, cyclicity will happen, but that's the important thing in terms of what it brings in. So today, I wanted to just quickly speak on some of the areas, and thanks Sam for really getting me here in terms of this thing. He has been very persistent in terms of really following up on me, and that's why I'm here. So I think it's great to kind of really look at in terms of what's changing and what's really happening. But I just wanted to go back a little bit to see that, COVID has really taught us a lot, many areas in terms of looking at it. And the first part is the whole area of saying that we should be prepared for the unexpected. Okay, and that's something which is, I think, in business parlance means the best today in terms of saying. And today, the whole area of making decision making, when we see ambiguity around us, I think that's the skill possibly which comes in. You could talk of any kind of algorithmic data patterns which you can see and so on and so forth, but I think it is very, very important that today ambiguity management is a very big thing in terms of what we need to kind of do. Everything is transient. Okay, even the worst is transient. Okay, everything changes very fast. So the cyclicity is something which is very, very strong in terms of what is going on. One thing which is only sustainable is the whole parameter of relationships leading to partnerships. I think that's a very, very important parameter. And we today exercise that in our organization very well to that extent, because today when we reach out to almost, 1.7 lakh retail points, okay, we look at that relationship not only with that retailer, but we also look at relationships which comes across the stakeholders to that extent, and that is very, very important for us to harness in terms of going forward. And I'll speak more about it in terms of where that relationship kind of comes into that extent. The other area is empathy. I think unless we are putting ourselves in each other's shoes and really thinking from that angle, I think it doesn't kind of give us dividends in terms of where we want to kind of go. And one of the clear skills which we think needs to come in is that how do you give certainty to the uncertain situation? Okay, now that's again a skill very, very difficult to kind of really imbibe. But the moment basically either as an agency or a media owner, you are able to kind of really say that I can talk with certainty, okay, in an uncertain environment, it kind of really flips you in terms of what you can offer and how possibly, the advertiser can behave with you in terms of what really happens. So these, I think, are some of the learnings in terms of what we think have been critical. Now, just to kind of really flip over this, I wanted to do, rather than just speaking randomly, I wanted to take the help of a framework, which is called the resilience framework in terms of what is there, and look at in terms of how this framework really impacts us in terms of whether it is the advertiser, it is the agencies and the media owner, in terms of how all three basically come into a framework, which then becomes, a very strong way in terms of working as we kind of go ahead. The first thing is, I think, very apparent, business-led thinking as I see it, unless you are able to put yourself in terms of the shoes of the business, in terms of how business is thinking, I think it becomes really very difficult to kind of do that. In a world today where there is micro-segmentation, a world where the kind of fragmentation in media in terms of what we just saw and a disruption in terms of what is taking place, it is something which is very, very essential. And now we are talking of AI really sweeping everything, although the world is, I think the word is used very, very loosely in terms of looking at it. I think it is a lot of algorithms in terms of what we use in terms of data analytics, in terms of what's coming in. And that is where possibly, I think, putting yourself in that, feet, I think matters really. I wanted to just relate that post-COVID, I think we had, Google, very, very interesting exercises with Google, where we had workshops which were fairly intense in terms of what is there. And what we really appreciated is that that was a time when this whole boom in terms of the digital was really happening, and how possibly we really kind of got into the whole area of creative and media discussions with Google in terms of really deciphering in terms of what we need to do, where we need to kind of do. And that becomes more heartening than rather than coming and just saying, hey, I have 3 solutions for you, and this is possibly, you need to choose one of them and get into the solution. Okay. So I think that possibly is one big thing in terms of what possibly I would say that business-led thinking is important. Alliance over transaction, again, this is something which is very, very important. Sometimes I think there's an eagerness to sell a spot. There is an eagerness to kind of sell the property to that extent, but that really possibly in today's world is changing. What matters is really in terms of how you are partnering with the advertiser. How are you looking at in terms of listening to what are the considerations in terms of what possibly the partner has in terms of making, in terms of going ahead, and that becomes very, very important for really advertiser. I would say that, I just wanted to give an example. I don't know how many of you know that we have a painting service, which is called the Beautiful Home Painting Service. And it's the largest painting service in the world today in terms of what we do. And we are proud that it today spans across more than 1,000 cities in India in terms of what we've been able to appropriate. And that kind of gives us basically literally the understanding of consumer homes very, very intimately in terms of how you kind of really look at those homes from the point of view of Har Ghar. So if you look at from that perspective, I think what we have seen that today, this whole area of alliance works in terms of, for us, it worked from a point of view of saying that from just the whole area of generating raw leads, okay, it basically looked at business impact. From the point of view of just looking at, inventory considerations, it looked at possibly how we could kind of really look at the whole area of reach and frequencies to that extent. It looked at in terms of catering to us, in terms of really deciphering some parameters like the share of search in terms of what we could get in. And those parameters then become very, very critical for us in terms of seeing how we would kind of really galvanize our monies in terms of certain areas. So that becomes a very strong note in terms of a metric which kind of gives us this whole game in terms of how we want to kind of steer this whole game ahead. So therefore, I think that's one other big change in terms of what really comes in. The third area which is there is empathy. I spoke about it, and I think it's really essential that some of the integrations, some of the things which we kind of do, I think what we need to think about is that are they giving us a long-term impact? Are they giving the tonality and a warmth to a brand which is of a very different nature in terms of coming? Is it a lasting proposition more than just the integration in that particular property in terms of what we have done? And is it something which can really carry on for a period of time in terms of literally kind of becoming far more entrenched in terms of what you can do to that extent? And one of these things is we created this wall of legacy at the KBC. And I think we felt that today the kind of salience, the kind of warmth, the kind of really longevity it gave us was something which was really fabulous in terms of looking at it. And we felt that this is something which you really create a property with a media owner, which is something which is truly lasting. And then it kind of really gives you that confidence that here is a media owner which is really kind of thinking about something which is really strategic in that sense and caters to from the point of view of the tonality of the brand where it comes in from. So I think that was another area in terms of what really becomes. This area which is about clarity and how you kind of really build that confidence is, I think, where basically the advertiser agency and the media owner really sits together. And I think unless we are very clear that we have a shared vision which comes in that, and unless all three are possibly aligned in terms of the outcomes which we want, it is something which will never happen. So therefore, this clarity is something which possibly is, I think, literally the backbone in terms of really aligning the whole confidence which kind of comes in. And this is something which you today look at in terms of seeing that we need to keep on revisiting it in terms of looking at it. It's not that investment one done, it is something which is on and you keep on just going on. And therefore, to look at in terms of what was the objective it was set and with what clarity we had involved that and how are we kind of trudging that along becomes a very, very important tool in terms of how we see this entire area kind of really going ahead. So that's the fourth part of the, the model in terms of what I've just spoken of. Adaptivity by design. I think, again, this is something which is very close to my heart, and I always keep on saying that today a true, media owner possibly is the one who kind of recognizes this very, very strongly. We all see that today when we buy into this thing, we buy into a certain TVRs happening, and therefore we calculate in terms of a certain CPRP in terms of what we are talking of in terms of going ahead and so on and so forth. Seldom would basically, there would be, media owners run by the agency in terms of looking at saying, how do we see that we are able to map the objectives which were set in the beginning and see that in terms of saying that the value which was decided is something which is coming in. Okay, so literally kind of saying what were the KPIs which you had set basically at that point of time when you chose, and how are you kind of fulfilling those in terms of going ahead. And what we've seen proactively, that there are media owners who would kind of proactively kind of look at in terms of saying that how do we kind of look at saying that from the FCTs kind of really purchased, and overall in terms of the TVRs which we have looked at, how do you kind of really look at monitoring it, compensating it with possibly bonus inventory. It could be in terms of looking at non-prime slots, Aston bands, and so on and so forth in terms of what you can kind of really bring in. But the importance here is that today, the realization that today someone is really monitoring that, being with you in terms of fulfilling what you really set for. It is not that once you've kind of sold, you can't help it in terms of what has really happened and gone to that extent. I think a lot of media owners do that, and I think it's really a great thing that, especially when times are a little bit tough, to kind of really create that relationship which kind of comes in with such monitoring which is there to that extent. The whole area of looking at visibility behind the value in terms of what you have taken, especially I think what comes to my mind is when we look at cricket as a property. Okay, now given the fact that there were times in earlier that the whole advertising was pretty normal in terms of what people used to do. It looks, but the clutter which you get on the cricket, it is very, very difficult to really stand out from the point of view of what one is you're spending. You might get a lot of visibility, but are you really standing out in terms of what you're doing? And therefore, I think that becomes an important parameter in terms of looking as to what all you can do in terms of looking at saying, are you looking at aligning the impact? Are you looking at aligning the network impact in terms of what you make? Are you looking at saying that there is enough things which are coming, which could be in the form of vignettes and creatives in terms of what you can do, which can basically possibly go beyond the value in terms of what you have created. So it's all about literally kind of getting a whole lot of value which kind of comes in terms of really working with the brand and seeing in terms of how do you kind of really see that you have catered to the whole tonality of that cricket, brought that thing very strongly in, and then see that today the value is beyond in terms of what you are talking of to that extent. So that again is a big point to that extent in terms of coming. The seventh area which wanted to speak to you is about the whole area of being responsible and also looking at innovation very strongly. When I say responsible, it's about also looking at the fact that today that there is a certain governance in terms of which is very, very important. There is a certain ethics and integrity in terms of how you would kind of really work. Okay, and I think you need to align with the brand from the point of view of on what ethics is the brand standing on and how you would kind of really work with the brand, because that is a very, very important part with certain advertisers, which is very, very clear in terms of the partnership you create. So for at Asian Paints, we have a zero tolerance policy in terms of if there is something which kind of goes wrong in terms of that sense. And I think we would really respect a brand owner who kind of comes in, media owner who would kind of come in and stand for the kind of values you are speaking of in terms of getting to that extent. And along with that, I think the other parameter which comes in is from the point of view of innovation. And this is something which we all know that unless, you look at these kinds of innovations which would come in, which kind of really takes the brand to another journey, it is something which is very, very different. I wanted to speak about one innovation which we did with Sun TV and Star Ma in terms of looking at saying that the top 3 leads in terms of their leading shows is something which we aligned in terms of creating a TV shade guide which was there. And I think it was so phenomenal in terms of success that it kind of reached millions and millions of homes in terms of where people were associating themselves with the leading characters, bedroom, dining room, and so on and so forth. And I think it created something which was fantastic in terms of seeing that it was from just innovation to something which really caught fancy of the people all across. And it was a win-win which we really worked in terms of, even in terms of the popularity of the shows in terms of what really went about to that extent. So I think that was something which was really, really strong, and that's just an example to show what we have done. And finally, the whole area which is about looking at endurance in terms of that relationship. I think that is something which becomes very important in terms of looking what you want to kind of do. Because I feel that today, I think great partnerships would, will always last, and we will have periods when we'll have disruption, we will have change, and we have slowdowns which are happening, but great partnership would always last to that extent. I think it is also very clear that today, when we look at relationships, there are two things which matter, which is trust and intent. And these two are more important than volume and velocity. So I think those becomes again very strong in terms of what you can create in terms of going. And finally, I think it's literally, creating a framework in terms of going ahead, which basically compounds the brand value, looks at possibly how we can look at making the brand stronger, looking at audience engagement, and looking at saying that how we nurture this partnership as we kind of go ahead. So I think that is something which possibly is the whole area of endurance in terms of what I wanted to speak. So I think this is a short and sweet in terms of what model I wanted to speak. And I think these are the golden rules we follow. I know that these are not universal rules in terms of what really come in, but I think these are very, very strong from a point of view of, I would say any advertiser who would look at in terms of saying, how do I nurture, how do I go in terms of some of the, when the environment is so tough in terms of going around. Thank you. Sure, thank you. Thank you.
We just request our opening keynote speaker, Mr. Amit Singhal, to please join us back on stage. We just like an opportunity to also felicitate him. If he could please have you on stage, sir. Apologies on that, the chair is not for you.
It's okay.
Though, of course, we want the spotlight to happen. Could I also take the opportunity of welcoming Vikram Sakhuja, partner and director, Madison Media, Madison World, to help us in giving a token of appreciation. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Friends and colleagues and their camaraderie showcases on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, what an iconic moment. Let those claps keep pouring as we celebrate their leadership.
Thank you. And I would like to only add, this relationship is something which is very, very strong. And I think true credit to Sam for really kind of making this relationship come true. I think sheer dedication in terms of possibly I've seen, whenever I meet, even at possibly, I think, Sam, you're getting only younger by the day in terms of what we see. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
We just request both of you to, of course, continue with those smiles. We want to capture the moment and remember to continue hashtag PMAR 2026 as one word. And before we move ahead to the much awaited moment, we request your attention on the screen for certain partner presentations.
जंग हथियारों से नहीं, जो रथ से जीती जाती है।
বাঙালি লড়ে, বাঙালি গড়ে, বাঙালি আজও দাদাগিরি করে।
आप प्रिंसेस हो।
बिल्कुल। भारत माता की।
सी एक सोच है।
A heartiest thank you to all our partners, and ladies and gentlemen, it's the much awaited moment right here, wherein we are here to bring together all our leaders for the Pitch Madison Advertising Report unveiling. Widely regarded as a benchmark study, it is used by brands, agencies, media planners, and industry leaders for their strategic decision-making and market forecasting. But before I take the opportunity of calling upon our leaders, request your attention on the screen to show you a glimpse. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, the moment is right here wherein we're going to be doing the unveiling on stage, and for that, let me take the opportunity of calling upon all our leaders. Of course, first off, let's give a big round of applause to Sam Balsara, Chairman, Madison World, Naval Ahuja, Co-founder, Exchange for Media Group, Lara Balsara Bajaptar, Executive Director, Madison World, Amit Singhal, MD and CEO, Asian Paints, Ajit Varghese, Partner and Group CEO, Madison World, Girish Prabhu, VP and Head, Amazon Ads, Vikram Sakhuja, ladies and gentlemen, the Partner and Director, Madison Media, Madison World, Vivek Das, Chief Digital Officer, Madison World, Deepthi Bhaduria, CEO and Partner, Hive Minds. We request all our leaders to be with us on stage, and of course, we'd like to take this opportunity We'd also like to take the opportunity of inviting Serena on stage. Please do take this moment in happy to have you unveil the report with us. And to all the audience members, let's bring in a little more energy. Let's do a short countdown. Come on, when I say 10, you say 9. Are you ready? 10, 8, 6, 4, 2. Come on, everyone, let's give a mega round of applause for the Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2026. We'd of course request We just like a little more aesthetics in the picture. We just take a few ribbons from all of you. We just want everyone. And this is where the hashtag moment is right there. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, please do give a big, big round of applause. The Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2026 is officially launched and unveiled right here on the screen and stage. Thank you so much. And of course, with that, as you can see in the background, we are having the QR code, which is now live. Thank you so much to our leaders. We now request all of you to scan the QR code. As Mr. Ahuja also rightly pointed out, that on the tent cards which are placed on the tables, there is a QR code which is now active and live. May we urge and request all of you to access the Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2026 with the QR code on the screen or the QR code on the tent cards available on the tables. Congratulations once again to the Exchange for Media Group and Madison Media. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. What a great moment to have all our leaders here with us, and of course, a lot to take back from this. And now it is time, as the industry navigates the rapid shifts in media consumption, technology, and client expectations, the agency model itself is being redefined. We will now have our leaders share a perspective on how agencies can stay indispensable, agile, and future-ready in a constantly evolving ecosystem. Please join me in now welcoming the partner and group CEO of Madison World, Ajit Varghese. Let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome him.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think it was an excellent presentation by Sam. We could see a lot of mega reallocation of budgets. I think it's a blessing in disguise that Amit came before me, because most of what I'm going to now talk about is about how do we agencies reorient ourselves to the client needs. I'll start with the context. I was out of India for almost 8 years between 2014 to 20. So more or less, I was out of Indian agency life for almost 8 years. Then when I came back to India, I was actually in the publisher life. So 5 years of ShareChat and JioStar. So a lot of people used to ask me, you know, how come you're leaving JioStar and joining Madison back? This is my second stint in Madison. So why are you joining back? Because you could hear Anurag talk about everybody is growing, our agency is growing, right? So in a way, I put myself on my neck on the table and said, okay, I'm here to make those changes. We definitely see agency continuing to play a big role in the space of client marketing agenda. And part of the reason why I am here is to share that my view of how we can change the agency relevance and the agency business as we go forward. So if you look at what partly Amit said, I think two important criteria in which we are wanting to change the agency life. And if you look at what's happening around the world and summarize it in two big points. One is the terminology called growth. I think today, if you look at every part of a business, whether it's you belong to an IT department, whether you belong to marketing department, whether you belong to sales or production, I think one of the biggest KPIs that everybody is talking about, am I contributing to growth? And that language of a client has changed in the last 2-3 years. And more, every money being spent, every activity we do, is it contributing to growth? I think this has been a signal for agency for a few years. I think it's time we now put it at the center of our being. Are we contributing to clients' growth? The second point that is extremely important, again, especially in the last 1 year we have seen, is the era of AI. The transformation AI is bringing across every part of our journey, whether it's creative systems, workflows, linkages to learning models that can give us more insights of consumer, of all the practices that we can bring together. I think these two big points is actually making us pivot our business into one, driving the growth agenda, and second is the disruption that AI is causing. How can we adapt and be agile about it? And as Madison, can we create both of these pivots without losing our entrepreneurial disruption? I think Sam has built this company over 30 plus years, and we have remained with that culture of entrepreneurial disruption, and we'll continue to do that in the coming times. So when we started looking at what are the big changes that we should make, first and foremost, we said, let's go back to basics. And a lot of us actually can complicate, and if you look at the industry narrative, if you look at a lot of the streams that we talk about, we tend to overcomplicate things. And I thought when we go back to the basics, let's look at what are the 3 or 4 things that clients look for when they talk to a consultant, when they talk to a media agency, or even when they talk to a publisher. I think the 4 big pillars, and that has not changed over time. One is, can you give me better consumer understanding? I think that's the core of what a client is looking for as the first pillar. Now, whether you use various forms of first party, second party, you use LLMs, but end of the day, they want to know better knowledge about their consumers. And I think that has not changed in the last 30, 40 years that we have seen advertising in India. The second most important point is, if you understand consumer better, can we create content or create solutions which addresses their problem solution? I think that whole ecosystem, yes, it has radically changed from today a 30-seconder to millions and millions of pieces of creative and content today. But the core question remains for a client is, do you understand consumers? Can you create more creatives and more content solutions which can address that? The third part is, this is one part agencies have got it right across years, which is the channel and platform understanding. So that's an area where I think agencies used to be good and continues to be good, is the amount of both horizontal depth and the vertical depth of platforms and channel in terms of execution. So that's an area, that third question that clients keeps asking. Last but not the least, earlier we used to talk about ROI, but I think in the modern era, we are talking all of this, whether you call it ROAS, whether you call it performance funnel, whether you call it e-com, eventually we are actually wanting to know more and more about consumer action, whether it's clicks, whether it's engagement, or whether it's actual sales. So if you start looking at the 4 big pillars of what a client needs are, then we started thinking about, are we going to be, do we have the competitive edge to stay relevant in this era? If these are the first questions, do we have the relevance? Do we have the power to guide the modern marketing needs by maintaining a competitive edge? Does Madison have that edge? So that's the first question we asked ourselves. Second is the value equation. What are we building? Are we building more capabilities? Because if you look at today's world, the publisher ecosystem has completely changed. They are becoming a full funnel, they can actually talk the full funnel conversation. They can have products, they have systems, and they are also a big part doing attribution, the game of attribution of whether we create the sales. So publishers has evolved radically in the last 5 or 10 years. Does agencies have an intelligence layer, or does agencies have their own ecosystem to build more capabilities and systems to make sure that those intelligence can be applied on these platforms? So that's a second question that we asked ourselves. Last but not the least, we are basically known as a services company, right? We are used to servicing client needs. But I think increasingly, this is actually moving to a very, very product-based thinking, system-based thinking, to make sure that we can actually start building intelligent systems that are scalable. And that's the need of the hour. And these are the 3 big pivots that we thought when we simplify the problem, when we start looking at basic addressal of where we should pivot, these are the three things that we identified for ourselves to become a true growth partner for clients. So I just wanted to use this forum to make sure that we are sharing with you what are the 5 big strategic pillars that we identified for ourselves to reshape our business. And I'm sure a lot of the agencies are also going through these processes of identifying. But for Madison, these are the 5 strategic pillars that we have identified, not just to, and these 5 pillars should work in a very comprehensive manner, in an integrated manner, both in giving consumer understanding, creating excellent creative content solution, and drive the growth that the clients are desiring. First and foremost is we are calling it growth planning system, which is GPS. Now, every agency has a planning philosophy, a planning module that you would see across the years. What are we trying to do here? We are trying to create certain pivots in our thinking, and the single biggest pivot is making a media planner think business, think growth. And those who attended Amit's session actually resonates with that. Can a partner think growth? Can a partner think business first? And then decide media planning, then decide what we should do to accentuate that growth. And that's the big thing that we are doing. There are a lot of things that we are doing here. Like Sam spoke about attention, memory, response, rather than talking platforms first. We are talking about category unlocks. We are talking about brand unlocks. What are the white spaces that we should operate in? Where can we play a big part in the consumer journey? So these are lots of changes that we are bringing in our planning ecosystem to make sure that everybody in Madison can think growth first, platforms later. Now, it's easier said than done. When we have 1,200 people in Madison, it's easier said than done that everybody can think the same way. So I think the second step that we took is how can we make sure that we have a system which can replicate this thinking, this product on a continuous basis, not a one-time. So we are now creating something called M-Brain. We are calling it M-Brain. This is human AI cognitive brain that we are creating, which is basically to accentuate all the media planners to start thinking the Madison learnings. Wherever Madison learnings are not there, can we borrow larger language models, the larger LLMs, to make sure that there is one internal learning which is sovereign to us, and add intelligence which is available in the internet world. So that's something that we are making sure that we are currently beta tested almost 3 months using the current LLMs, and it's actually adding a lot of layers of intelligence. And I'll give an example. When we start thinking lubricants, it's actually saying, have you thought about a mechanic program? Before we even start thinking TV, digital, they're saying mechanics play a big role. Is the media planner thinking an activation program using media as a channel? So it is actually prompting us to think business, think growth. Then as a next step, we are moving away from LLMs on M-Brain. We are actually creating our own SLM to make sure that most of our language models that we generate from here are kept within Madison. It captures all the Madison intelligence and learning on a continuous basis, and it can read LLMs as and when we require it, rather than the other way around. So in a month and a half, we will have the launch of the first version of M-Brain, where every planner of Madison can start using this for client briefs and client solutions. So one is planning philosophy. How are we changing to our growth philosophy? Second is a human is a cognitive brain assistant, which we can work along with me to act as an intelligence layer. The third bit is having understood the consumer, having understood what we want to do. One of the big changes that is happening is the content ecosystem. When we start looking at the amount of fragmentation in this space, earlier it was 30 years back, it was an easy solution, right? We just need a 30-second, we just need a print ad, let's release it. Today, number of influencer videos, is it a meme? Is it a static video? What are the kind of possibilities today? Most of the time when I look at, when I ask a publisher, the answer is always what do you want to do? Because the amount of creatives that a publisher can make today is just almost saying that we don't need anything else, but we will create the ads for you, we will target. The same way you go to any other technology company today or any other private vendor, they can create enough AI-led ads today. And that's something that you can see across the entire spectrum of the industry, right? We ourselves today, when I was counting last year, we ourselves made around 2,500 AI creatives, mostly across performance and e-com, but some in the branding space. Third is, by saying all this, I'm not taking sides here. Human creative still exists. Human creative still creates that long-term memory, long-term engagement. So that's not something that is dead. So, but when I start looking at this whole system of human, AI, publisher creatives, what's our job? Each publisher can be an expert in their own ecosystem. The agency should play the horizontal. How do we integrate this into common ideas? How do we integrate that one solution which works for a client's business? How can I do it across platforms? So here we said we will not compete with the publishers and the technology companies, but we should act as a custodian of the content ecosystem to make sure that it's oriented towards whatever we have learned from our intelligence ecosystem, whatever is the growth objectives of the client, and make sure that all of this aligns to business rather than just a platform narrative. So we found the white space for ourselves to make sure how can we create a content studio ecosystem to make sure that we act as a custodian for our client's business. So one is the planning philosophy, second is the brain, third is the content studio. But more importantly, I think once we say all of this, we needed a complete data and technology integration to our systems to make sure that we can read all the things that we are publishing, all the consumer responses, and make sure that all our teams can now start talking ROAS. Because making sure that all of the things that we do are measurable at a click of a button, making sure that it's optimized for more sales, more growth, and making sure that there is a ROAS conversation like Amit was mentioning, that today, let's not just talk about medium FCT or a CPM. Let's talk about how is it contributing to my growth. And each money spent, every client, whether the client is today branding heavy, performance heavy, or e-com heavy, is asking for a return path conversation. So we are building a tech ecosystem which can actually capture all the learnings at a click of a button so that it's available to planners at a click of a button. Last but not the least, one of the largest and growing ecosystems is you saw the trends, both MSMEs, or if you look at the QCom and ECom funnel, it is growing at 25 to 50% growth rates. This is an area we wanted to make sure that we are adept at it. In middle of 2025, Sam acquired HiveMinds, which is a pure play performance and e-com company. And to make sure that across Madison today, we can talk branding, we can talk performance, we can talk e-com, and we can talk to clients through the funnel rather than saying different verticals. Now, yes, we understand this is an evolving ecosystem. A lot of clients are evolving at the same space, because if you look at even client structures, are somebody is doing branding, somebody is doing performance, somebody is doing e-com. But a lot of smart marketers have actually put all of this under CMOs today to make sure that this language can change into full conversation and not as individual verticals. So in summary, I would say the big change in nomenclature, or at least our ambition, is 20 years back we were proud to be called media planners. Going forward, I would love to be called a growth planner or a growth architect, and that's the pivot that we are wanting to change. Yes, we can do it only if we can redefine the value equation. We can act with a business and the growth mindset. We can use our intelligence layers to unlock more, either at a category level, brand level, or at a market level. How can we unlock more and more insights and enable more full funnel thinking? So that's proof of the pudding will lie on how we are changing our models going forward. Yes, AI has disrupted all of us. But what is critical going forward is how do we make sure that more and more AI used in every part of the business, not just in our business, but to make a contribution to what client needs are: consumer, content, channel, and commerce. At each stage of each stage of client need, how can we make sure that we can make a change happen? Last but not the least, 1,250 people in medicine. We are making sure that this whole learning curve, the changes that we are making, is fueling intelligence to our planners, making sure the bench strength is improved, and there is a lot of these overall concepts that we are talking about is translated at a planner level, not just at a boardroom level. This is the change we are bringing. I thought it's an important forum that we wanted to share what we are doing at Madison to adapt to the changes going forward. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ajit. Let's give him a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to all the leaders out here who are present. We're extremely elated that we've also, of course, along with the 10 cards which have the QR code already displayed for the report, we also have the confirmation that the emails have been sent out with the QR code. So if any of your colleagues have the access to those emails, which are in the database, of course, wherein the QR code is there for all of them to scan and download the report. And now, ladies and gentlemen, what promises to be a very engaging fireside chat, from media buying to demand engineering. Let's talk about how retail media publishers are rewriting the funnel. This session will explore how the retail media is moving beyond traditional media buying to become a powerful engine for measurable demand, powered by insights, commercial signals, and of course, the closed loop attribution. We're extremely elated that we do have our speakers amongst us. This session is going to be moderated by the partner and group CEO, Madison World, Ajit Varghese, in conversation with Sam Balsara, Chairman, Madison World, and Girish Prabhu, VP and Head, Madison Ads, Amazon Ads. So let's give a big, big round of applause as we take the opportunity of welcoming all of them, Ajit, Sam Balsara, and Girish Prabhu. It's now time for our first fireside chat.
You can see it's a busy day. Thank you so much. Sam, thank you for the nice presentation today. A lot of revelations, a lot of media allocations have changed. We know you called out a few media trends which are happening now, and some recommendations that you made for future. Of the lot of things that you saw in this report, what are you most optimistic about? I mean, you can see CTV growing, you can see QCOM growing, you see eCom growing. At the same time, print and out of home is also growing. So, what do you find? What do you find interesting, and what is the most optimistic about?
Well, I think if you ask me to pick one, it's going to be difficult. But I would say, broadly speaking, we are moving from an age that was only advertising to advertising plus. I think today's advertising man is obsessed with not branding alone. I think he's a little keen on taking you further down advertising nearer to the sale. I would say that is the broad concept that is emerging in my mind, that he's not satisfied with what we called advertising. He wants to drive his clients one stage closer to the sale, if not the actual sale itself. I think that is a dramatic change that has happened, and more and more advertisers more and more advertisers are beginning to understand that this facility or this ability, which did not exist earlier, is now available. So we should make full utility of it, and at least spread our money. And 60-40 is the ideal uh, change that I see from a average point of view.
So,
I think in terms of what is growing, it's obvious that all these new age gizmos are working reasonably well. They have got the attention of the market because they offer you immediate sales. But as Amit also pointed out, that there is no alternative to long-term brand building. That has to remain. I don't know what.
oh, that's a very interesting point. Sam still comes out as branding heavy person, 60-40. For a person who leads Amazon.in, and till few years back, 99% of the revenue was coming out of performance and more e-com. Thank you, first of all, for coming here and participating in this. Girish, you have seen thousands of advertisers in the last 1-2 years, and what are the major reshaping of business models they are doing, both in terms of go to market or in terms of advertising, and from that knowledge, can you also add in what are the big things that will a CMO should look for in 26?
Thank you, Ajit, and thanks, Sam. It's a pleasure to be here and honored. See, for us, when we think about the evolution and the changes in consuming patterns are important, right? So everything that we see, and Sam described this about the share of TV, the penetration, the budget share, structural changes, and so on. They are an outcome of a change in consuming patterns.
Yeah.
They are not changing. They're changing because of the changes in consuming patterns, right? So today, for example, time spent on mobile phones is significantly higher than 20 years, 5 years ago. And within that, like for example, just to give you a latest trend that we are seeing, and it's very interesting, is that people are spending about 40 minutes per session on micro dramas on mobile phones. Right? Your expectation would be that on a micro drama, you would spend 5 minutes in a session and then move on to do whatever it is you would want to do. But these patterns are interesting. Because of these patterns, the attention is shifting. It's not like TV is not interesting to people anymore. It's because they're spending less time sitting in front of it. And it's not like they don't like content anymore. They're consuming content elsewhere. So the shift in patterns is what we look at carefully when we think about what is important to brands and how does that impact their ability to reach the customers. Right? So that's one. The second, what we are seeing, which Sam brought up many times in the presentation, is what he called MSME. I mean, we use different terminologies for it, but effectively it's the same. Is there is a very large cohort of brands, entrepreneurs that are creating new products. And this spend today, if I were to just kind of give a rough number, it's over 40% of what you would call retail media. Again, like we don't use these specific terms, but over 40% of it is actually coming from newer brands, right? We call them challenger brands, we call them D2C brands. and all these terminologies. Now, the change in thinking there is very interesting, right? Is that these brands want to get big fast. And they want to get big fast, starting with one product, typically. They're not saying, I'm going to take the entire category and invest in brand building. They're not doing that. They're conquering it one at a time, right? To give you just an example, right? A brand would come to us and say, I want to launch electric pressure cookers. And the brand is unknown, but they build a very good product. Within 6 months, they try to become number 3 or number 4 in electric pressure cookers. And their ability to spend, and when you think about ad cost of sale or ROAS, one is the inverse of the other, they don't care about ROAS because they want to build their product through what is traditionally called performance, but they want to win that category and then take over the kitchen slab, so to speak, right? So the MSME behavior is very different, and we try to build products that help them not worry about ROAS, but worry about the outcomes. But then there is a curve where you can't spend infinitely without returns, but there is a curve that we try to optimize for, at which point they start to build brands, right? So these are some of the shifts that we see are more interesting. And as a result, what you see in terms of the aggregate statistics will start to change. But you can't program or engineer for that change. You have to engineer for the consuming patterns.
Well, that's a very interesting take on how the reallocation is happening because of consuming patterns, not just a media pattern, right? I think. So at one end, you have a very, very large business on retail media, and it's growing. In a few years back, we used to probably talk more search and display or search and shelf space as retail. Today, we are talking about full funnel. We are talking about branding. We are talking about performance, e-com all together. You yourself are building a product using streaming as a top funnel, and you already have established performance and e-com business. What has changed radically over the last 1-2 years where everybody wants to talk full funnel? Now, is it because increasingly CMOs are asked this question about full funnel? Because retail and shelf space used to exist before, performance used to exist before. But why is it suddenly becoming a full funnel conversation? Is it a business need or is it a language which has changed? What's your take on that?
Yeah, well, that's an interesting question. I would say that when it is difficult to measure something, we have shortcuts, heuristics, right? Like if you do this metric, then it's good. If you reach between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m., you may sell more soaps. These are all heuristics, right? But when you move from the world of heuristics to reasonably accurate measurements that you can reason out and work backwards from, then the behavior changes, right? Because now what we see is that the ability to measure something from an outcome standpoint is what is changing this behavior, right? See, ultimately, I think, whether you're a CMO or a growth marketer or a CEO, ultimately the question is very simple. Is my brand growing? Like that's the simplest question to ask. Now, the answer to that is becoming more clearer right now. Earlier, it was very fragmented, right? You do this on TV, you do that on print, you do this in OOH, you do that on Google, you do this on Amazon, you do this someplace else, and it all kind of comes together, right? But more and more in full funnel, what we're saying is that you bring your product closer to intention. At that point, you have an ability to engage with the customer, which is the hardest of the thing to do, right? Which is why TV is, important in terms of reach. But today you can reach someone when they're looking for atta, right? And that becomes important. And you know what they did with your atta. Did they buy? Did they not? Did they repeat purchase, right? So as you go up this funnel, digital media becomes more important. I think that's second part of why full funnel is now more relevant, right? Is because the ability to reach through, in our case, Amazon case, a Prime Video, for example, or an MX player, or all the third-party video that we integrate through into our DSP, creates a very large digital upper funnel. which then feeds into your intent funnel, your retargeting funnel, and so on. So that's why is more interesting. I think the simplest answer is outcomes. It drives outcomes.
So a side question to that, I mean, you're also investing a lot in power of content. Now, at one side of this discussion is more maths, which is, measure, so that you can have more desired outcome. Where do you look at consumer entertainment as pure consumer entertainment? Do you do you only look at this as a journey of full funnel for brands, or do you continue to see the impact of sheer entertainment?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, otherwise we would create advertorials all day long, right? No, that's not the case. In fact, our programming and advertising are separate functions, right? They are only connected if we want the brands to be deeply integrated into the story. That's the connection point. Otherwise, we don't optimize for monetization. We optimize for entertainment, right? So the short answer is no. The consumer experience is important, and the advertiser experience is important. That's why it's a three-legged stool. All three need to come together.
See how Girish justifies his business. So that's interesting. So, okay, Sam, back to you a question. And don't put it back on me because I am also from Madison, right? So you, over the years since you formed Madison, you've seen many, many waves, right? So there was starting from a diary to people meter to see the digital wave coming. Then there is social wave, there is content wave, there is now AI wave, and every 3 to 5 years, these waves come and disrupts the agency model. What do you advise for the, what's your advice for how does agencies adapt to the newer and newer requirements of a CMO today?
I would say the biggest impact was made by television. In terms, if you're saying measuring impact, I am tempted to ask you, would you agree with that?
This is not fair, Sam. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah.
Equally say in the United States, the biggest impact was made when television came, may not be now, but at that time, in terms of size of impact. Or you think no? I mean,
no, I would say that is where the biggest impact started to happen, is with television. But then as soon as the internet came, it multiplied. And then social came, it multiplied again. And now with artificial intelligence, I think it's going to be much, much more of a multiplier than any of these. So I think it's a continuum, right? Television changed everything into a mass media platform. But the internet had many more connectivity than the television did, because now the connections between people and the content providers and the commerce providers were multiple to multiple than the broadcast nature of television, right? So I think, I mean, you're right, it started with that, but every stage we have multiplied it continuously, right?
So tell me, I'm tempted to ask you another question. Today, take a new entrepreneur, or take anybody, for example, somebody who wants to make it big, somebody who starts small. Do you think it makes sense for him to launch a product for retail shelves? I mean, what are the reasons why he would still say, no, I want to sell my soap into the retailer and not sell to you?
You mean from a online versus
on the and not on Amazon?
Yeah, I would say that for an entrepreneur who's building a product, it's a continuum of where the product needs to be present at every stage, right? An offline channel should have that selection, because anytime you go into a large store, whether it's a a modern format or a local convenience store, having that selection becomes important. Like if you're going for a toothpaste and you don't find your popular toothpaste, then it's not okay, right? So I think for the entrepreneur, it's important to have that somewhere on the roadmap. But if the entrepreneur is not clear, if the product is right at this price, at this convenience, and at this utility, then the best way to do that is to launch it online, right? Because the feedback loop is much faster, right? So on traditional e-commerce and then quick commerce, the difference is speed, right? Selection is going to eventually catch up. I mean, today you can buy, groceries, and you can also buy calculators and get them delivered in 10 minutes. So over time, you'll pretty much get anything delivered in 10, 15 minutes, minus maybe a few things that you're okay with waiting for. So my short answer there is, if you want to learn and test quickly, e-commerce, quick commerce gives you faster feedback loops. And you can learn quickly because you can test it neighborhood by neighborhood. You can test it for different pricing. You can test it for a different way of messaging. But eventually, I think the choice is not between this offline versus on. The choice is offline is also important because that selection is relevant.
So, Sam, to that question, let me rephrase that question back to you. Obviously, you stated Q-commerce is growing, it's all e-com is growing, and probably Q-com is growing at a much faster, probably double in the next 1 year. Do you believe Q-com is an ad sales channel or a sales commission channel? Do you believe it's an ad channel or a sales commission channel? What's your strong belief? Because
I think it's more sales than branding. I think, I mean, I wouldn't choose my branding money and put it on Amazon, saying, no, but that's also branding. I would hesitate in doing that. Sure, I think for e-commerce customers, and we are seeing a lot of traction for e-commerce, but it just makes me wonder. That is why I asked you the question, that why would anybody leave Amazon or Flipkart and go through the hassle of the entire distribution chain and this and that? And I mean, maybe the commissions you charge are a little higher than what the retailer would demand. But I mean, what other reason could there be for a new entrepreneur or an existing entrepreneur to also go through the hassle of going through 6 million stores?
So, Sam, you are more in the belief that maybe more and more leaning towards only quick commerce may not build brands. That's probably what you are moving in that direction, right? Because building brands is a different game, and selling more on to test the market or launch a product is a different game. What's your take?
Would you agree with that?
See, I think the answer is a bit more nuanced there. Is because, see, I think I'll give you one example that we learned, I think about 2-3 years ago, is our sponsored ads or sponsored products, which is the most popular e-commerce ad product we have, which is when you're searching for tennis shoes, you show up and that's what you bid for, right? What we saw was that, and if you take the, if you take sort of the academic definition, that's search marketing, right? That's what people say, search marketing, performance, and so on. But what we learned was that what we would consider to be brand building metrics, which is the recall that when you come next week or next month, you're looking for that specific brand. You're not looking for like, anything generic, like the say tennis shoes. You're looking for that specific shoe. Now that is brand attention, recall, what have you, right? What we see is that the performance product, the so-called performance product, actually leads to brand building if you believe in those metrics. Okay, so the boundaries are more porous between brand, performance, search, display, and so on. That's what we're seeing.
You're basically saying more and more D2C brands, and because now there is options available, the brand building has reversed its funnel, right? Because you're doing more and more, you're making the brand available more and more, doing more and more performance marketing, and then the memory structures are getting formed.
That's right. Yeah. So anytime you type, tennis shoes, and if this product shows up, the association between tennis shoes and this logo becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. That helps build the brand, right? And the second part of it is once you see it using every day, whether it's a soap or a mixer grinder, if you see it every day, and suddenly you're seeing more of it while you're watching Prime Video or you're on any other entertainment channel, that adds more points to that utility, right? So this is what we're seeing really. Like the other thing we're seeing, which I think might be more important for all of our marketing colleagues here, is that the compartmentalization that we've had is no longer relevant, right? I am a search guy, I am a display guy, I am a video guy, and I'm a static banner guy. Like all these definitions are going to be more of impediments for us. And I think the best thing that at least I've found to be useful just as a shortcut is you look at what outcomes you want to drive for the brand, for the specific event, or what have you, and then work backwards to finding the best way to achieve that. No bar on formats, channels, or anything else, and then you start to make better decisions.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. So it strikes me that are there any sort of brands that have become of a decent size selling only on Amazon? Can you just name something?
I won't be able to name them because if I name them, I got to charge them. So, no, yes, there are brands that we would put under the bucket of D2C, direct to consumer brands that have exclusively started on Amazon and become very big online and have gone offline as well.
From online to offline.
From online to offline, omnipresent. There are examples in consumer electronics. There are examples in health and beauty. There are, yes.
Sam, I can understand your doubt. You mentioned that in your report also that every conversion doesn't mean it's growth, right? So you are hitting the limits of performance marketing, and every transaction doesn't mean growth. I mean, I can understand your doubts to Girish on our clients or the business itself over-indexing on performance marketing and offering more and more cheaper, better products, but not creating long-term memory. And when it comes to then growth, real great growth across pan-India, then will brands struggle? Because that's when the top funnel starts acting, and therefore the CPAs become better, the cost per lead becomes better. So do you think that shift from a small to medium brand size, and when it wants to go into 1,000 crore plus, 2,000 crore plus, then will that free lunch get over?
Yeah, I think when it's a little bit of saying after 14 years and after 21, you would think differently, right? So yes, the investment and what you expect and how you play will change as you graduate through these different journeys. Going from a 200 crore to 1,000 crore, these are two different journeys, right? Now, but when you do that, I think from a branding standpoint, at least our learning is that there are two among the many things that are important to consumers. One is that the utility of the product, like if this product says it does this, it just does it really well. That's a beautiful way to associate the brand, right? And in my electric pressure cooker example, like this pressure cooker seldom breaks down. no matter the electricity fluctuation, no matter what, my dal is just perfect. That alone, and I'm seeing this pressure cooker every day, the logo, that creates this affinity to the brand. And suddenly, if this brand introduces a toaster, the propensity to buy is almost 100%. So that's one element of brand building. The second is I want to associate with these brands. And you would show a little collar and show the logo of this designer product, right? That's a different level of brand building, right? That's more emotional. That's very very personal, right? But from a utility standpoint, which is where a lot of the entrepreneurs create new brands, getting a really good product, what we in Amazon call like a 5-star product, and investing in boosting and coming in front to create the association is a beautiful way to build a brand.
I think basically this whole aspiration-based brand building to a utility-based, problem-based brand building all the models are getting questioned here, right? So let me actually change a bit of the question into slightly more business question for you. I think you are developing a big streaming business, and I've worked in a streaming business for almost 3 years. So one of the biggest challenges that we see in the OTT sector, especially when both in mobile and in the growth of CTV, it's not a very clickable, engaging, it's pure play, good content, big content, and this whole engagement or click-based ads do not work as effectively. Versus when you look at the dialogue we had on e-commerce and performance marketing, it's more about discovery-based content and therefore very clickable, very responsive, and sales-oriented. What's your advice on to CMOs today when you start looking at how should we advertise, what should be more focus on? Because you are now building both sides of that business, both streaming pure play content business, which is less, and a very, very hard performance and e-com business. How do you see that moving, and what's your advice to the CMOs?
Yeah, so if you look at the surfaces today, right? So there is CTV.
Yeah.
Are they calling you back?
Yeah, I think they're telling me to vanish. Last 1 minute.
Okay. So if you look at the surfaces, there is CTV and there's mobile. These are two big surfaces for entertainment, right? Mobile is also a very large surface for entertainment in terms of coverage. These surfaces are very different in terms of how brands can use these to meet their objectives. See, on connected TV, the way we think about it is there are two aspects that are important. One is the ability to target, right? Because it's connected TV, because it's OTT entertainment, our understanding of shopping signals overlaid with streaming signals is very strong. So the combination creates a very good way for brands to reach the audiences that they think are important, but also experimentative.
So are you now calling it out that you have a distinct advantages versus other OTT players?
Sorry, say that again?
Are you calling it out that you have a distinct advantage against other OTT players because you can combine both top funnel and bottom funnel conversations together?
See, the distinct advantage is something that I think the brands will realize. But what I'm saying is that OTT, whether Amazon-owned OTT or other OTTs, have an advantage of knowing the customer. Right? If you have first-party data, it becomes much more easier. But if you don't have it, you could overlay and still understand the customer, right? So that's one. The targetability is important. The second is the ability to reach them again versus, say, linear television, right? In linear television, we just don't know who saw it. And if they come to another place, we don't know how to catch them.
It's a journey
but on CTV and mobile, you can say that, hey, I've shown this ad 4 times for you over the last 1 week. If it's mobile, interactivity is instant. Yeah. So we have shoppable ads where you can actually buy the product from the ad itself on the video. But on CTV, it's hard. The distance is limiting. But you can when they come to Amazon or when they're watching another publisher, we can retarget them. Yeah. So all your upper funnel investments start to shape the mid funnel and then the actual fulfillment of it.
Okay, there are a lot of CMO panels now going forward, so I shouldn't come in the way. Thank you so much, Sam. Thank you so much, Girish, for coming together and giving a lot of insights in this category. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all our leaders for joining in. We'd, of course, take the opportunity, whilst as all of you are here with us on stage, to invite Amit Rathi, the Managing Director of Channel Factory, to please join us and help us in giving the token of appreciation to all our leaders. Please do join me in giving a big round of applause as we invite on stage Mr. Rathi as well. And truly a hashtag PMAR 2026 moment right there. May we request Mr. Rathi to give the token of appreciation from all our sides to our dignitaries, of course, Mr. Sam Balsara, Chairman, Madison World, Mr. Kirish Prabhu, VP and Head, Amazon Ads, and Ajit Verghese, Partner and Group CEO, Madison World. May we request all of them to step forward and allow us an opportunity to capture them in one frame. And I'm sure it's going to be better if all of us clap along and encourage all our leaders. Well, a great chat this has been, of course, talking about from media buying to demand engineering, and now it is time for us to move ahead to our first panel discussion for today. But allow me an opportunity to pay gratitude to our partners, presenting partners, Amazon Ads. Amazon Ads combines premium content, trillions of signals, and full funnel measurement to reach relevant audiences. Powered by Truecaller's ad, Take the Right Call, Z Entertainment Enterprises, leading content and technology powerhouse, Teats, the omni-channel outcomes platform Dangal TV. Gold partners, Segmento, the ultimate data intelligence platform, CTV Scale, the connected TV-first advertising platform built for trust, transparency, and impact. Channel Factory, where suitability meets performance. Reporter TV, #1 news channel in Kerala. An associate partner, MIQ, a global programmatic leader. Now it is time for us to take the opportunity of inviting our panelists on stage who are here to discuss about scale, speed, and control. Are the clients better off with holding COS independence or in-housing? For that, let's call upon first off our session chair for today, Mr. Vikram Sakhuja, Partner and Director, Madison Media, Madison World. Joining Mr. Sakhuja will be our eminent panelists, Ashwath Swaminathan, Chief Operating Officer, Indira IVF, Sahil Raval, VP Marketing, Max Life Insurance. Can I have a big, big round of applause as we call all our panelists on stage? Raja Chakraborty, Chief Marketing Officer, Continental Coffee. Sarina Menezes, Senior Vice President and Head, Marketing and Corporate Communication, Oberoi Realty. Thank you so much to all our panelists for joining in. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Okay, great. This panel is going to be about who is going to provide or who's best suited to provide the marketing services in this very crazy world that we are living in today. We're in a situation where you have platforms coming directly to channels saying, you tell me what your marketing brief is, give me a budget, I'll make your ad, I'll find a whole content creation community to actually send out different messages to people, and you'll get the final result. So it's basically disintermediating the agency if you go that way, and people can work directly with platforms. You have situations where clients even are in-housing by saying, I might take the entire creative ad development in-house, or I might take strategic planning in-house. And there are a number of clients who are also saying we're doing performance in-house. So you've got a full range there. So in-housing or directly working with platforms is one phenomenon. We seem to be having holdcos who are the 3, 4, or 5 maybe global agency networks. And now, interestingly, over the last couple of years, they're consolidating to the extent that agency brands are now diminishing, and you just have the holding companies operating pretty much as the face, and they've got a full integrated data, tech, and the full spine story which they're coming out to clients with. And then at the same time, curiously, you've got a whole lot of independence mushrooming. So you've got upwards of maybe 1,000, 1,200 or so e-commerce people. The entire performance marketers are also even more. So the agency system is not going anywhere. The independents are, if anything, growing. Maybe in Madison, we are an independent, but we probably are a little apart from all of them because we also fall for the full suite of services that one of the whole cores would do, but we still are proudly independent. Now, in this kind of an environment, who is the best suited to manage this? So, like very simply, can one agency provide a full funnel experience? Who is best suited to provide, the different services, whether it's content creation, media planning, performance marketing, e-commerce, the entire tech capability, analytics. Each of these are things where some people are working with one, some people are working with multiple. In this programmatic world also, how important is scale? Does scale and size still matter, or is it intelligence that is most important? How important is agility? Because we have to be adaptive at this point in time, and who is right now best suited to actually do this? And also, in this entire digital ecosystem, with so many people involved in the value chain, how are you feeling about the lack of transparency or transparency for that matter? Are you comfortable with it? And who do you think is the best person to give you the most amount of reassurance in that? So with this kind of a background, I think we're blessed to have a panel of 4 business leaders. Ashwath, of course, handles the entire fertility business. He comes from a rich pedigree of Hindustan Lever. So he's actually going to give us a perspective of how FMCG is probably having to relearn the game from now people like the today's game, that whatever we've been hearing for, and what he's right now holding forth at Indra IVF. Serena she's been in the real estate business now for a while. She's really targeting the discerning public for whether it's residences, offices, retail spaces. So she has to actually figure out how to create, how the Oberoi brand, which is such a fantastic brand, and when it comes to premium kind of spaces, how she has to really make that work. We've got Raja, who's now taken a coffee brand, which it was a very big export coffee brand, but now it's becoming a huge local brand and is giving a run for the money to all the large legacy coffee players while still managing to hold the regional brands. And he's had a story to do, so he's got to play the full funnel in being able to actually get that. And not the least, we have Sahil, who has actually been probably in the full funnel experience, had the most experience. He sells insurance, probably arguably life insurance, arguably one of the toughest categories to sell. And with all of these, we are hoping to, okay, a disclaimer here. All of them, all 4 are Madison clients. So I hope they'll say something nice about us. But more importantly, I think we are introspecting and reflecting on the environment in front of us. And what at least I'm selfishly hoping to get out of this is, if you can give us a few tips at the end of it to help us improve, I think it'll be a fantastic session for us. Okay, let's kick it off. Okay, Sahil. Yes, life insurance, probably one of the hardest categories to sell. Putting a value on your own life has never been easy. You also have to work in a highly regulated IRDA environment. You have to be highly authentic. On top of that, you've also just pulled off right now a very major rebranding exercise. Now, in this entire environment, as you're moving forward and everything that you've heard in the last couple of hours, and of course, what's with us, what is your reflection on the way you've been working your agency ecosystem? You're working with a holdco when it comes to creative and when it comes to, say, influencer marketing and the entire social piece. You work with us on the entire media planning as well as the online sales, performance, e-commerce bit. And you're also doing a little bit of content creation on your own from time to time. Now, in this entire system, what's working well for you and what can improve?
First of all, thank you so much for inviting us. And I think I've been through the sessions, quite an amazing, day it has been. There are quite Very interesting factual disclosures that have happened today. Thanks, Sam, for doing a complete comprehensive report presentation. See, going back to the question, I think rightly pointed out, life insurance as a category is a fairly complex one. Not just for the fact that the product itself is complex, but even the journeys are fairly complex. Paying a premium just means the start of a is just the 50% of the journey completed. There's also a lot of a process and steps that are involved beyond just paying a certain premium. I think beyond that as well, when you say people putting value on their lives, and thankfully for kind of mentioning that as well, in India right now, if you look at the life insurance industry, it's hardly about 3 to 4% of the entire GDP, and India is a very, very underpenetrated market for that matter. And the job at hand for life insurance players is pretty much not just to create awareness, because awareness is fairly there, by the way. Some of our flagship studies that we do by the name of India Protection Quotient and India Retirement Index survey, they pretty much call out that there is a high level of awareness. If I go out and ask people whether or not life insurance should stand out as the primary financial product in your investment planning, the answer is yes. But eventually where we fall back is the action, right? And this particular problem statement of being having an awareness but not leading into action is a perfect kind of problem for a media planner as well. So the approach that we generally take, and I'll go by content to media, from content to media. I think in the content, as far as we are aware, and we've been playing in this industry, story is the king. So whether it is you can call it brand building, you can call it traditional spending, but I think what Sam also mentioned, building brand and story, putting your might behind is quintessential. You can call it again CTV or LTV, but large screens do matter for us, and hence I think that area is very, very important. Moving on from in the storytelling space, we are, as you mentioned, we are working with a large holding company, and the reason behind this is that it gives us the maturity of understanding the consumer insights very deeply. It also gives us the kind of stance that the life insurance industry wants to take as thought leader across the kind of BFSI space. And more importantly, I think when you have a base of story, pretty much out there, which has been thought through well, you can create a consistent model across your entire funnel, whether it is top funnel or the bottom funnel, by building certain content that sustains, right, at a scalable model as well. I think from that point to media specific lens, on the media side, I think the job is fairly clear, wherein we work with Madison, who are fairly known clients, and I think what we get is the best of Gati, I would say. I'll use that acronym. Gati fairly means for a growth aspiration. So when the brand grows is when the agency grows. We have certain models that kind of aid that. We also have a full accountability. I still remember the brand refresh exercise when it happened. It was a deeply engaging exercise, not just for us as marketers but also as leaders. I do remember Sam and Vikram interacting with our CEOs when initial stages this was entirely being discussed. And why do you need that accountability? Because you also want skin in the game, right? So which pretty much independent partners which are having a fair bit of scale are bringing to the table. The next important thing is again full transparency. What you mentioned in the beginning is that life insurance is a highly regulated industry, and every penny that the customer is paying is pretty much has to be tracked, and which is where we also command or maybe demand for full bit of transparency. I think that is something that is a quintessential for our industry at large. And last but not the least, I think innovation, and not just innovation at large scale, but even frugal innovations that happen across is something that's very important for us.
So you've been driving us to have this entire One Madison for a while now, where we've tried to bring in the entire, whether it's media planning and the entire the performance piece to make it seamless. Now, you've also mentioned the other things that you're talking about. If there's one thing that we have to do to make your life better, what should it be?
I think there are a few things that pretty much are on the table, and I believe, see, majority of our brands have been struggling with this narrative called as one brand, right? How do you really, what you do in the top funnel is something that's reflective and also, you know, adds up to the bottom funnel. I think that entire through the funnel conversation that Ajit was just mentioning is very important for us. We have been in that place where you know, some of our top funnel spends were not really you know, turning into or helping us drive bottom funnel at large. But I think what we've done, not just externally but internally as well, we've changed structures internally, right? So there is something called as one brand structure that we've built internally at Axis Max Life Insurance that enables us to kind of, you know, reorient the entire team, which is what I think is expected out of the, you know, independent ecosystem as well. That how can you make most of the, you know, every rupee that we are spending across the funnel. And I think measurability is no doubt is one thing that definitely kind of brings a lot of kind of, you know, growth matrices. I think last but not the least, what I saw with you know, what Ajit presented, content at scale is something that's pretty much out there, right? So there is some content that brands are building by themselves. There are certain content pieces that are again you know, being built by large holding companies, and large, you know, campaigns are being rolled out. But I think somewhere that understanding the core of the brand and then building content for a certain platform is quintessential, and which is something that the media companies trying to, you know, kind of, you know, also add up to the content, like, is something that's really, really important, and which also will help in future.
So great, that's a lead that you're giving us to, we can further try to improve our effectiveness by bringing in the content piece into this and keep the flexibility going, probably increasing. Thanks. Sarina, let's move to you. Look, you've got a fantastic brand, and I know you've nurtured, and you're very, very precious about how the brand presents itself to the consumers. We've had a lot of conversations on the creative side also, and this is one of the places where we've been sort of at least adding fair amount of, trying to add value on the creative side. But I'd like to get from you, if you have to look at it, because even you're looking at creating the content across platforms, you're looking also at a whole lot of different kind of content creation, and then you're looking at the performance piece. There's an added factor that there is a control which the brand has, but you also have to deal with channel partners who sometimes can have a life of their own. But we collectively have to make sure that there is good accountability and quality and all that stuff coming from them. So if you have to reflect back on the way we work, what do you think what is working well and what can improve?
Thanks, Vikram. Firstly, thanks for having me here. Let me start by saying that fantastic brands are not built overnight. It takes time, it takes effort, and I think most important is working with an agency that partners with you to build that brand. I remember 3 years ago sitting in this audience, and you know, the worst nightmare for a CMO is when an agency is not performing. And I remember sitting in the crowd. We had another agency at that time, a holding company, one of the brands of a holding company, and we wanted to switch. And Sam had invited me for this evening, and I sat there thinking, should I speak to Sam? And I know Sam for over 25 years. He was my client, and today, of course, we are your client. And I picked up the phone next day and I said, Sam, I have this problem. I need an agency that can provide me these services. And you're an independent brand. I would like to hear from you whether you would like to present your services to us. And what I was looking at, Vikram, is an agency that has a strong leadership. Because a strong leader or a strong leadership drives their people to achieve the client's business objectives. What I was looking for is for an agency and the leadership to understand my brand, because we are a very strongly focused brand marketing company. We work on brand equity. You will understand that we are a luxury brand. Our target group is the top end of the pyramid, and we are a very large ticket product. We believe that this is the biggest check a customer will ever write in his life when he buys a home from us or he leases our offices. And I think anyone here in this room would like to give that check to a credible brand, which means brand building is extremely important for us. Now, I have to talk about the brand and our design and our credibility on the different platforms, the social media platforms, and hence the whole content studio. I was looking at working with your team or a group of people who are equally excited to build this brand or tell these stories as my team is. My digital marketing team, I have about 6 people in the team, out of which 4 people are from an agency background. And that's important because then we understand each other very well. We understand each other and we work together as partners. So I remember Sam coming over and I said to Sam, see, listen, we are a very design-led company. 80% of our time, whether it's the architecture, the design, or our team, is spent, even our chairman and managing director spends 80% of his time in designing our product. Hence, my communication strategy also has to be underpinning design. And I said to Sam, please don't give me anything in a rush. And please don't give me anything with speed. Please take your time and give me good work. And Sam said to me, you never say that to an agency, Serena. So we're not in a rush, but we want quality work. We want clean work. We want great aesthetics, great visuals. I think a great brand story can be told with aesthetically designed visuals, good message, and a very deep storytelling. And I think that's what we have worked together to build, the Madison team and my team. My team is equally excited to work with your team and carve out all those different stories that we build every day. Thanks.
Wonderful. And I'm going to just come on to this part when we move to the next section. Okay, not the least, Ashwath. So now, when we were having that little chat earlier, you had said that for the longest time, FMCGs had written the book of marketing, which almost all the other industries sort of used to try to follow. And now that game has entirely changed, and you yourself mentioned that you've seen how that admission is happening within them. Tell us, with reflecting on your maybe HUL background, how is it that what you're doing today, just juxtapose that with what they are doing, and what do you think, how is this entire marketing playbook changing, and what is the implication for us as agencies?
Great. Thanks for having me here. Let me start by saying what book? There is no book today. And I think that's the challenge and the interesting part of today. And maybe, the good news is all of us here, the only person here who's selling a product and maybe a FMCG product is him. The rest of us are in businesses where the service or the product we're buying has really long journeys, right? So it's that much more harder. And I think that's the big difference, at least that I'm learning from here, which is in the CPG world, we all grew up on was salience, build salience, the rest will take care of itself. And, you don't have to worry about everything else, by and large, right? And that was probably the Byron Sharp world that we all grew up on. That's getting rewritten. I think everybody's asking the CPG world today, and I don't know if there are people in the room from that world who are still questioning, saying, is that really what we need to continue, or is there something else that we need to do? The provocative answer is yes, there is something different that you need to do. And if FMCG itself is not relying on that, then, I think as growth partners and growth architects that Ajit just referred to agencies now, maybe that's the better term to use than agency. is that we now have to be constructing models that work for different industries based on the consumer journeys in those industries. And they were always complex. Maybe they've gotten even more complex now, especially in our categories. And I think that's the question, that whether it's an independent or a holding company or a in-housing that we have to solve for, is are we starting from first principles and trying to create new models rather than using the old world of so much reach, so much GRP. And I'm seeing it doesn't play out as linearly that I used to think it would or would have loved for it to have. It is far more complex than that.
Okay, so we have to now solve for the consumer journey and in the process solve the marketing problem.
Absolutely.
As against pure play salience.
That's right.
And we'll just come to that. Sir, so you've also, of course, been in the complete FMCG piece and in this right now of late. I think you've had it's very rare. Maybe at some point in time, you could have been, the Continental Coffee could have been seen a few years back, probably as an emerging brand. And now, of course, has reached a very, very prominent state. And I'm sure it's all the legacy brands are now quaking in their shoes. Now, you've had, I think you've had the fantastic job and the challenge of taking limited budgets and really making them work very hard. You also probably invoked just about everything, storytelling, reach-based advertising, the entire e-commerce piece. So I think a large part of this stuff that we are talking about these days is all books that you've done. In your mind, what do you think is working well? And if you have to now reach your next growth phase, what is it that you need from us agencies to help you get there?
Okay, thank you. And thank you everybody for giving your own perspectives. So I think, so we have basically, the business divided into two worlds. One world is south of India and the other world is rest of India. Okay, because coffee is consumed very differently in these two parts of world, and therefore the size of the category, the penetration of the categories are very different. So I think to answer your question, what has worked for us? I think what has worked for us is television. Okay, what has worked for us is e-commerce, bottom of the funnel advertising. What has worked for us is retail visibility at the point of sale in modern trade. Okay. What has worked for us is city-specific print, city-specific outdoor. And why am I saying that they have worked? Because I could measure in quantitative or qualitative ways that it has worked, because I have seen offtake increase, I have seen market share increase, I have seen people speaking that I have seen your advertising, I have seen my advertising. I think one of the major challenges in today's world is that you never get to see your own advertising, right? So I think these things to me have worked. What has not worked for us, or what is the challenge? Challenge is to build a small brand in rest of India, let's say, which is basically the HSM market, to build a coffee brand which is still very small, without television and without linear television. How do you build it? And how do you make the top of funnel work, or at least measure that it is working or it is not working? So that I think is the challenge, if I have to. And this top of funnel is in e-commerce, which is on platform advertising. It is also off platform advertising, whether it is video platforms like YouTube or it is or social media platforms. I think that's a big challenge, and I feel that, so therefore the next question is that, therefore what do I think that agency can do? So I'll just take a step back, and one thing I feel that I started my career in marketing career around 2000, and I have seen those days when the media agencies would come, they would treat the client's business as their business, and they would actually do a lot of hard work to refine your brief, to build very strong models using data, and give you a solution. I think that is what I feel is missing. Okay, I feel that, one, I don't think that agencies today treat clients' business as their business. Sometimes you do not know whether they're representing the client or they're representing the publishers. Okay, That is one big area which I think agencies need to really introspect. And the second area, I think, just like me, let's say as a CMO, I'm telling that, okay, there are challenges. I feel that even agencies do not understand this entire ecosystem very well because they're, I'm saying that, like I said, that, you know, in the digital ecosystem, non-linear TV ecosystem, how the top of funnel works, okay? How do you measure whether it is working or not working? What is the model that you create by doing multiple pilots to figure out, you know, whether you should spend for an FMCG brand, for example, whether you should spend most of your money on social media or you should spend on YouTube, okay? Or you should spend on top of funnel on Amazon or on Zepto, okay, or on quick commerce. I think these learnings can only happen by trial and error. You can never come with a ready-made solution. You can come up with a ready-made solution if as an agency, you have got a learning curve and you can come back and say that, you know, that through my pool of data, I think for your kind of brand, your kind of TG, this mix would work best. So I think that currently is missing, and which to me could be two ways, could be two reasons. One is that whether you are treating the client's business as your business, or are you accepting the fact that you also do not know many things and therefore you have to collaborate and build the learning? I think, you know, these are the two important areas for me, according to me. Agencies need to introspect, because if you don't introspect that, then, you know, client will never trust the agency, and agency will feel like that, you know, client is not listening to me. So it's a very bad, you know, outcome. So I think these are the two, my feeling and my observations. Yeah.
Excellent. That's some great insight there. Thanks, Raja. You know, this panel is called whatever, scale, speed, and control. The first, in fact, the last almost 25 minutes that we've been talking, I kept it open-ended to find out what exactly are your pain points and what's working and not. What's interesting is what's coming out is, came out resounding with two of you is ownership, leadership, understanding my business. You know, those are all the old-fashioned. This goes back as long as marketing started. And it's, to me, that's highly reassuring that if we can rediscover our mojo on that one, I think that is probably what counts probably more. Yes, the way we are, when you're talking about if you understand the business and the consumer, then how to tackle it through salience alone versus the full consumer journey, the ability to walk the entire piece in terms of full funnel, and you were talking about content creation along linked to the rest of it. Now this follows, but for me, the big takeout has really been brand ownership, leadership, and they just, if we can actually act like a true partner, I think that's what really you need. We have 5 minutes, and I actually had a whole lot more, but let's quickly go over some things. So I just want to check on, you know, the hold course, and it's slightly unfair question because I don't think you are currently working with too many hold course, but their story is one of one spine which is holding the entire thing together: intelligence, data, tech. People have got identity profiles that they've invested in, and so on and so forth. We as independents, we try to offer that same thing, but we don't invest in the full identity spine ourselves. We take data partnerships and build technology on that and do it. In your mind, just on this full funnel spine related thing, do you think how real are the two offerings? Is it, I mean, I'm biased because of course I'm independent. Is the hold course, are they really doing compliance tick off that I can actually have a capability to do this? Or do they actually have a spine which can understand the market and the consumer at the granularity by taking a global piece of sort of operating system? Do you have a point of view? If it's an unfair question, I can also retract it. But I wanted to get an idea because the fundamental difference is they're coming out with what? This WPP has got WPP open. Publicis is, what do they call it? They call it, I think, they call it power of one. The Omnicom calls it exponential innovation. So, you know, all of them, they've got a spine which they actually work off, and they take that full data and then they try to say that it'll apply for you in India. Now, I wonder, I'm a skeptic, but I would like to ask you, do you think there's some reality in that? Or is it still seen to be more of a thing meant for US and not so much India?
Can I?
Please.
I think there is some reality in it, okay, but it is not foolproof because a lot of the agencies which are having in-house data, most of those data is third-party data, and basically, it is probability of reaching out to the right audience is slightly better than if you were not utilizing that data. But having said that, I'm just giving simple example, and I feel why it is not the foolproof method. Because let's say I have to sell coffee. The best cohort for me, and I'm a very small brand, is basically to chase the cohort. Could be, just as an example, could be, consumers who have bought coffee in last 6 months in Amazon or in Reliance, okay? And I just chase them, right? Because they are the high intent audience, they are coffee consumers today. My market share is very low. So I would rather create relevance in that cohort. And therefore, I would like to show my brand advertising to that audience in the right touch points. But can I showcase my advertising on people who have bought product in Amazon on YouTube? The answer is no, because there are walled gardens here. So I think as long as, there is lack of transparency and collaboration of data, actually the brand is not getting the best solution. The brand is getting maybe, a 40% solution, 30% solution, whatever, something is always better than nothing. But actually we are not able to create the best solution because the data owners themselves have walled it. And as a brand, you are not really able to, really create a proper cohort and go behind them in a proper manner. You cannot do it today. In India, it is not possible because there is Google on one hand, there is Meta on one hand, there is Amazon on one hand. Primarily, the data owners are these three, and maybe the fourth data owner are the, PayUs or a phone pay and these kind of guys.
So as an
They don't
agency
talk to each other.
so an agency who can sort of help you navigate across platforms, what is your
That
ask
is a
of
good
us?
solution, but that if an agency can provide, but I don't think such a solution exists today.
I'll
I
add to
don't think
that.
so.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with him. We used to work with a holding company, but although they say the power of one and you can use all our brands across, they don't function like that. I think each brand functions independently. So my question is, how do they offer you the entire offering that they say we can offer you? It doesn't matter which brands work with you. So I look at it differently. I don't know, spent so many decades with these, with working with agencies and trying them out. I think it's what the brand wants. I don't think it's about what the agency offers you. I think it's about what do you want? What does the client want? What does the brand want? So, of course, let me talk about ourselves. We need social media, we need performance marketing. I need websites created regularly because I come up with different projects and brands. I need the whole brand strategy. I need CX. And I need a retainer company as well. So now what I've done, Vikram, is I have divided and conquered. So my retail business, which is my mall business, we have a holding company that manages their creative, performance marketing, social media, because it's always now and always on. As a residential is my bread and butter. Hence, I require everything and the whole brand for the whole brand strategy, for which I look for an agency that can efficiently give me all of this. Now, whether it's a holding company or it's an independent company, it really doesn't matter.
Fair
As
enough.
long as I'm efficiently served.
So just
having said that, the global holding companies, I do see their talent, their creative talent is very high. Their benchmarks, the trends that are followed globally, they can provide that to you. But then agencies it's all about human capital. The technology, like the like you said, they're not owned by them. They're third party. That can be got through any vendor. But the human capital that exists in agencies, that has to be very, very high and very committed and very has to understand your brand and be there to offer you their service efficiently. I think that's a big question mark.
That's a great point. So just moving off that, Ashwath, do you think that moving forward there will be more specialists, or will you feel that there'll be more integration within an agency?
I was just reading somewhere that there are about 42,000 advertising and media agencies in the country.
Something like that.
I fell off my chair when I heard that number for a ad spend of 1.5 crore. That's an average of 4 crore, spend management per agency. Obviously, that's an average. There must be a Pareto there. But there is going to be fragmentation, because if there are more and more entrepreneurs and small businesses looking out for boutique solutions, specialists are definitely going to happen. And therefore, what is the implication for whether it's holding company or independence? That your client base is shifting to a long tail, and therefore services have to be micromanaged versus one size fits all. And yeah, so the short answer is they will need to be more specialized.
And who's going to play the job of orchestration of all of them?
That is the internal team of the company.
That'll be internal, or if we could do it in the agency.
I would imagine it'll be at the company's end, and the question is, where does in a holding company, right? And typically they handle large multinational or multi-category high complexity clients, right? And therefore you don't want to create more complexity in-house by dealing with 10 people. Relatively simpler businesses in the sense that we're all in largely one category, maybe two.
Sahil, do you agree? More specialists or more integration? Because you've gone the integration route over the time.
Actually, I wanted to answer your previous question in one single line, and I have to also catch my flight. I'm getting late, but I think one thing is very clear. See, what looks great on a pitch deck may not necessarily be the case in the actual execution. And I think the tech stacks pretty much what you mentioned are available with specialists and all. I think it's just that the leadership kind of exchanges that we mentioned, and the symbiotic environment in which we have to work, where there will be multiple partners that we'll be working with. There will be kind of in-house content creators that we'll be working with. All of that has to really come back and converge to one singular dashboard, and everybody has to own that up. I think that's the entire crux of
use technology to do that through dashboards. Great. Our time is up. I think I would have loved. Okay, no, I think our time is up. I wanted actually to get one closing piece of advice to Madison from each of you. So when we meet, say next year, same time, what is the one change that you want in whatever we're giving you today? Just take one so that we can focus on that. Who wants to start? Just a quick one.
I could go. I mean, the transition to growth architects, super critical.
So that sounded good.
Yeah, and I think creating models from first principles for the new world through trial and error, through empirical
growth
data.
Architects, models from first principles.
Yeah.
Sarina?
Rather than just asking me what do I want, Serena, I would like your agency to advise me and to be my brand consulting agency as well, and tell me, no, we should do this, why don't we do that, or you should spend your money here, or you spend your money there. You need to advise us and give us your expert advice on how we should and where we should put our monies.
Fantastic. Thank you. Raja?
I think not just for Madison, as I said, that I think one thing that agencies needs to do today, including Madison, would be that you have to start treating your client's business as your business. I think that is very, very critical, because then your behavior will change, and that will have a positive impact in the way even you are looking at your organization structure. Yeah.
Thank you. And
I think in true sense, whatever was presented by Ajit today on the presentation that he made, I think if all of that is in true sense being executed, whether it's the mBrain that will give you AI generated kind of genuine advice, analyzing your entire through funnel, or it is market mix modeling, or even if it is content generation to kind of take up from a core of content that I am creating, and then eventually take it to a larger scalable model. I think those things will definitely help if we are able to work kind of cohesively in that.
Wonderful. Guys, please give a big round of applause. And especially the Madison guys need to give a double round of applause for all this consultancy that you've got. So thank you again so much. Very invaluable for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. May I also take the opportunity, whilst as you're all on stage, to please invite the President CTV Scale, Arun Raghav, to join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation. Let's give them all a big, big round of applause. What a great conversation it has been. Thank you, Mr. Sakuja, for leading it for us. And of course, we'd now like to take the opportunity of thanking all our panelists and our moderator here with us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Vikram Sakuja, Partner and Director, Madison Media, Madison World. We have with us Ashwa, Chief Operating Officer, Indira IVF. We have Sarina, Senior VP and Head Marketing and Corporate Communication, Oberoi Realty. We have with us Raja, Chief Marketing Officer of Continental Coffee, and Sahil, the VP Marketing, Access Max Life Insurance. May I please request all of you to step forward. And for all the audience in the room, let's give them a big round of applause and thanking them for their key expertise. Hashtag PMAR 2026 moment right there for all of us to capture. Thank you once again, Vikram, Serena, Sahil, Ashwat and Raja for joining us. And thank you, Arun, for your kind time and felicitation. Before we move ahead, we'd of course like to pay our gratitude to our presenting partner, Amazon Ads. May I cue in for the partner presentation.
Stream and shop in their everyday lives. To deliver results, Amazon's unparalleled signals, reach and technology enables advertisers to connect with relevant audiences as they browse, stream and shop in their everyday lives. To deliver results across your objectives through meaningful connections that matter. Access Amazon's wide reach in India with 66% reach among digital audiences across touchpoints, amplified by leading third-party publishers and supply-side platforms. Leverage our trillions of browsing, shopping and streaming signals to engage customers at each touchpoint, from our video streaming to shopping and everything in the middle. Building on every interaction to bring your stories to life. Drive measurable outcomes for your brand at all stages of the customer journey, from awareness to consideration to purchase. Full funnel advertising at scale for everyone.
Thank you so much to Amazon Ads for being the presenting partner. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move ahead to our next panel. Let's talk about reach versus sales. What should the advertising KPI be? To mold this discussion and take it forward as a session chair, we're extremely elated to now invite on stage Pulkit Trivedi, Managing Director, Snapchat. Let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome him. Joining Pulkit would be our eminent panelists, starting with Deepthi Baduria, Partner and CEO, Hive Minds. Karthik Johari, Chief Marketing and Growth Officer, Noble Hygiene. We'd also like to invite on stage Raghavendra Kate, the Assistant Vice President, Media, Jyoti Labs. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Hemant Arora, VP Global Ad Business, Truecaller Ads. Thank you so much, Hemant, for joining us. And Sudipto Roy, co-founder, EmergentLab.ai Dopamine. We just request if you can sit as per the creative, would just help the media team identify you better. But thank you so much for joining us. With that, over to you, Pulkit, to take it forward.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I am really privileged to be here today, and the opening insights that Sam and Ajit gave were truly very valuable today. And the most fascinating part of this topic is that we are still debating, maybe decades later, whether reach or sales is the right KPI to measure. The good part is that we have an incredible set of very accomplished marketing and brand leaders who come from both sides of the world, people who've built strong traditional brands in the CPG space, people who have consulted and advised businesses and brands, people from the platform side of the world, and a very accomplished founder and marketeer from Noble Hygiene. So welcome all of you. And without much ado, I'd like to dive straight into this very interesting topic. Should we call it like the tug of war? Should we call it the quintessential friction between what should we optimize for between reach and brand building, reach or sales? Should we call it the inevitable quest to really try and balance in a world where we see consumers are spending more and more time on the small screen? Mobile is a very inherent part of our lives, where the classic marketing funnel is being broken. So I'd like to start by asking a very fundamental question. What does brand building mean in 2026? Let me start by asking Raghavendra on what his views are.
Okay, I represent FMCG business, put it in a very crude way, 1.14 crore retail outlets, and 60 to 70% is the kind of people whom we can talk through GT, what we call it as. So our issue is that how do I get the business moving? So if I were to define that, how do I make my revenue? That is how we define. So brand building to us is all about how do I get the revenue into the system. Yesterday it was reach, today it has to be something else. We are game for it. To us, that's what is brand is. Thank you.
Who's next?
I don't think it's changed from 1996. The concept of brand building, right? A brand is supposed to respond to or give me a stimuli for my emotion so that I can have a emotional transaction with you, which builds my loyalty. On the other side, a brand is supposed to perform on sales. Maybe the media has changed over here. Maybe it's, somebody keeps telling me that, life is a narrative somebody's trying to sell it to you and you constantly play catch up. So maybe it's one of those phenomena, but at the basic level, I think the principles of brands are exactly the same.
Sudipto, how about you?
Look, I mean, this is such an interesting question, right? And there are so many points of view in the world right now. So if you listen to Scott Galloway says that brands as an instrument are dead. Okay. I've had the privilege over the last 1 year to look at 20 different, brand owners and about 50, 60 odd variants. And having done that, a couple of patterns are really clear. That anybody who's not invested in building the brand has actually declined. Okay, that pattern is very clear. You don't invest in brand building for 3-4 years, you will see the problems. However, I do think the business of brand building has changed. We are all coming out of a 50-60 year super cycle of using a couple of simple instruments to build a brand, which is there were few brands in every category. You build reach, you manage frequency, okay, you cover as many months or weeks in the air as possible, and voila, you get your penetration, you get your volume. I think that was dependent upon a couple of premises, and the premises were few brands on the offline retail shelf, pump money, offtake will happen. But when the whole thing goes to the online marketplace and you have a huge range of brands available and you collapse the distance between discovery and fulfillment, the game does change. So the need to build a brand doesn't go away,
But how much of that is required to build sales in the early parts of the cycle of the brand development stage? I think that game has changed.
Interesting. Karthik?
Well, the academic in me says a brand is there, exists to reduce choice overload. The marketer in me says that it's there for emotional messaging and to ensure consumer stickiness. And the business owner in me says that, well, the brand should command a premium and keep selling. So is it a simple answer? No, but that's what marketers are supposed to do, condense all of these objectives into one coherent answer that will work for most companies.
Deepthi?
So I'll give an example first. Today, how, as a person or anyone in this room, how happy we are has no bearing of how we scored in 10th standard, right? But anyone who has children in 10th standard would know that right now, as a 10th standard student, that is the only KPI you're focusing on. So I think that the topic that we are touching today is the same thing. There is sales growth is the goal. It's the mission. You build a brand so that it sells, right? It gives you profit. And reach, CTR, CPM, all are KPIs. You optimize for a particular point in that journey. So that's the purpose, or that's, and we are in the age of AI. Today we can, target a customer, aggregated customer base basis their CIBIL. So in that kind of a sophisticated environment, I do not think that we should, talk about KPIs versus goal as interchangeable. Goal remains profit. Without profit, there is, without growth, sales growth, there is no business. But all of these are KPIs. So that's my view.
You know, it's a very interesting pivot from very diverse perspectives. In a world where the macro is very volatile and dynamic, and you have let's first really acknowledge the fact that today's CMO's jobs is incredibly tough. Imagine the consumer journey is fragmented. There are 40 or 50 plus platforms asking for money from CMOs. And then there is the CFO who's constantly asking, show me the bang for the buck. In this world where reach builds the brand and sales, a sales first strategy is trying to deliver on the ROI. When do you think in this whole battle or quest between balancing the both, does the strategy, in terms of balancing the both, when do you think the strategy starts eroding the brand's ability to charge a premium? If you are in the space of building premiumization or more brand love, do you think this is a challenge that you encounter in your day-to-day jobs?
I can take that. Sure. So first, the question about sales part of it, right? So I think whether you're building the brand or whether you're looking at sale, eventually everything is sale. Whether it's short term or long term, that is the only difference, right? One is an immediate pipeline and one is something that I'm developing for a longer term, and both are important. Otherwise, you always struggle between something which is very transactional to the memories that you leave behind in the consumer's mind, right? So that's on the sales side of it. I think the second part, which is when does the erosion of premium happens for the particular brand, I think that has not necessarily got to do with purely the sales focus or the brand building focus. It is how thoroughly are you able to go through with the purpose that you founded the product and the brand with. I can take Truecaller's example for it. We're very clear that we work on giving protection or giving an environment where you can safely communicate with efficiency, right? The day I shortchange that day my consumer will go away. I mean, I have to so strongly stick on to making sure that revenue does not cloud my focus on the purpose. But at the same time, there is a focus on short-term sales and long-term sales. That's my bread and butter and growth. So both work.
So I want to bring an interesting perspective in this, and going to the work of Thomas Friedman and system 1, system 2 thinking. Our brain basically thinks in very rational and irrational ways. So the bulk of our brain is programmed to think very quickly, automatically. And there are only few cases in which the brain does considered decisions, right? Therefore, in the light of that, a brand has two jobs. A brand is a vehicle which transports reliability and quality consistently again and again. It's a mental shortcut for that. The second thing a brand does is it connects you to a sense of identity. Okay. Which means a brand makes you feel something about yourself, right? And these two get embedded in our brain as shortcuts. You see a brand, you immediately know that it has quality, and the brand makes you feel something, and these two together allow you to command a premium. As soon as you shortchange one of them, your ability to command a premium goes down, which means if you're functional, but you don't make a brand make you feel something, somewhere you're going to compete with functional forces. Some other brand will come, they will match you on functional parity, and gone. You don't have an ability to draw that sale in. But because a brand makes you feel something, you irrationally dismiss a lot of other competition and still go for that. So it's both sustainability of sales as well as premium. That's my.
I have an FMCG example to give you. See, we are in the business of toilet soap. Just 10 years back, they said that toilet soaps will die. Only face wash and others will come. But toilet soap is a reality today. The question asked is sales versus premiumization. Okay. When does the sales will take over? Will it affect? Definitely affect when I push my urgent work replaces the important work. Okay. As long as you stick to what he said about the brand purpose and you have kept your important work ahead of the urgent work, okay, brands will sustain. Today, what we are shorting today will hound us down. Okay, as businesses, we are lalchi. We would like to do things which will help us to do business, and we have been built by those fathers and forefathers. They gave us enough bandwidth to do important work. Okay, Sam sir sitting in this room, I was 25 years back, what he said still holds good. But people who shortchanged then, they are still like me. There will be enough juniors who came up in front of him. They shortchanged and we paid the price for it. So the lessons are in front of it. So nothing changes. If you want to premiumization today, as a brand in the market, if I were to sell my brand, we know premiumization exists. You do shortchange, we know that brand leaders will also fail. That has happened in front of us. Hence, it is important work versus urgent work which will determine this. Thank you.
That's a very good segue into my next question. If you really start peeling the onion, and when you just talk about reach, for example, and all of you have kind of really worked on or worked with brands in helping them shape their brand strategies. In today's context, what does reach mean to you? Because reach could be 10 million audiences seeing your brand ad on a very fragmented digital video platform like TikTok or YouTube or Instagram or Snapchat, or 10 million views that you garner on a single day on a big sporting event. How do you really decide what is better reach or optimal reach when you choose your media strategies? And this is really about reach and building brand. Deepti?
I'll take that. Um, so I think what we are talking about here is brand building and reach versus sales and or this kind of a conversation. So reach is no longer a unified metric. It is when we talk about a campaign, because almost all brands are most of the time always on digital. So when we talk about reach, it means we talk about incremental reach. And what, there is no right or wrong answer saying is it better to build it through impact or through channel, but what we have to think through is who is the customer. The customer today consumes media on definitely more than one screen. So any reach that we are planning to build cannot be built on one medium. It has to be built on multimedia. So therefore, at least three different screens remind, and that's how the overt incremental reach is built up. So I don't think, so that is the first thing to think through, that what is that incremental reach that we are building over and above our continuous digital efforts or whatever is continuous on. And second is also, we have two FMCG brands sitting here. We also know that in today's day and age, whatever we see, like you say, impact, etc., consumer is not only the end user. especially for FMCG brands, right? The confidence of a stockist or the retailer also depends on what media they are consuming. So reach also has a part of, the regional print ad or the regional TV news ad, which all builds that whole confidence in the ecosystem. So like I said, the reach is a campaign metric and it has to be evaluated on the campaign goal.
Raghavendra, you have a point of view on?
It's a favorite subject. We see here a kind of a fear saying that fragmentation. Okay, so I would like to urge this. Okay, please do not see this as a threat or a fragmentation. We do not see reach as a number. We see them as audience whom I want to do business with. Okay, so if I touch somebody and expect them to come and love and hug me, it will not happen. Okay, so I need to connect with them. I need to build our relationship with that. So we have fought with Madison today, as I'm talking to you, to build relationships which are sustainable. Hence, we refuse to. We have teams which will interpret a media definition to our business outcome. So we need more and more such experts who would be able to link a media measurement to business outcomes. Okay. Hence, we refuse to see them as a quantified numbers. Thanks to all the seniors in the industry today, we do not have a measurement. Hence, there is no concept called reach today. Okay. So I would urge saying that let's get away from this and look them as the people whom you would like to do business with, have built a connection and a sustained relationship to be called as a business outcome.
Can I double down on that? I mean, I hate the number, I hate the phrase absolute reach. What does that mean? And there is no metric for purity of reach, right? With screen fragmentations, with the amount of white noise that exists out there, 1 view versus 1 million versus 100 million views is meaningless. We sell adult diapers. We are the largest category creators and brand leaders in the country. And a product like this requires deep connection, requires destigmatization. And does reach buy you that? No. And we have consumer studies of people who've suffered with urine leaks. They've suffered for 6 years. Their spouse does not know. They stopped going outside. They stopped drinking water. You think a reach of 12 plus frequency is going to solve that for him? Absolutely not. So there has to be something deeper.
Sudipto?
I think, it's kind of a depends answer, which is at one end, the most scarce thing today is collective attention. And a collective attention window, which as for example, an IPL will represent or KBC will represent, it's valuable because the context is a social communal viewing context. And when a brand is exposed in that context, it builds in a certain way, which is why you will see that many new launches on IPL, okay, whether it is mobile phones or new products do extremely well. On the other hand, if the brand development stage, which is where the depends part comes in, requires a lot of education like your category does, okay, is that attention window suitable and enough becomes a question. And as we start to go into this new super complicated and fragmented era, I think we have to start thinking in terms of the business systems and therefore the media systems which tackle the business system, which is which part builds memory, which part builds attention, what will drive response. Like Deepti, you gave the example. There are some in which you need press because that's how you influence your distributors. That's part of your business construct, okay, and an essential component of how you shape the overall reach framework for that brand.
Karthik, let me challenge your point of view a bit.
Please.
You run a new age business, right? And when you look at the ecosystem, the startup ecosystem, new age businesses, I think it would be fair to say that most new age businesses are very, very hung up, and rightly so maybe. They are really trying to disproportionately drive growth, revenue, user acquisition, and they have investor pressure, right? So in most boardrooms, I would assume the advertising discussion is often really and only centered around how many new customers did you acquire and at what cost. So therefore, in this context, brand building for any new business who's operating in a framework like this, is it really important or is it like a vanity metric, like I just want to get users no matter where they come from.
Now you're forcing me to triple down.
Yeah.
No, but I will, because it makes absolute sense. Keep a ratio of your spends, right? And this is to the point that Raghavendra was mentioning before. If, and let's call out the devil in the room, which is performance marketing, which is what every startup out there is burning money behind. It's akin to strip mining, right? So if you keep drawing water out of the well, at some point in time, as it's happening in Punjab, you find water tables going lower and lower and lower. Who is replenishing that? I think the startup graveyard is littered with examples, especially in FMCG, foods and personal care, that there is only an X amount of revenue that you can drive purely using this construct. So yes, a brand matters. And when you have 60 competitors banging at your door, it matters even more, right? You're not selling a product purely per se. And your product, if needs to scale, if it needs to drive premium and value, it needs to be something more than just transactions, right? And I think that's at the core of it.
Raghavendra, let me come to you. Like somebody who's running a business selling traditional CPG brands, have you started seeing media in a very, what I call as a divided zone? If I want to build a brand, I should go to TV. If I want to drive sales, I should latch on to a QCom or an e-com player. How do you decide the mix and try to optimize these two matrices?
Yeah. See, I have been groomed to this business around 25 years back from MP Ramchandran, who taught me. Okay. So when I walked into the room, I was very clear that he knows how to do the business and I cannot teach him how to talk to customers. Okay. He's in his own way. He had cracked who's his customer, how will he build it. Okay. So if I were to take that question today, it's not that he didn't know how to do business. He exactly knew. Language was different. Okay. Today we make the mistake of compartmentalization for the so-called educated people, but the true businessman never makes that mistake. To him, in his mind, there is no, he is blessed like that. So he doesn't have any compartment. We go and over-educate him and teach him this compartment. Okay. So what is happening at our end today is that all of us are seeing the fragmentation and all this chase, reach is an issue from a sales and communication point of view. There is one more angle to the story. Our own company's 4Ps, what we call as, is also undergoing a tremendous change. We need to match to the changes which are happening today. That's the reason I always say that 70% business from GT, my audience 80% have gone into digital mode. Okay, so how do I connect? Okay, so I need to bring that, connect both the sides. So whenever we are solving an issue at a communication, whether it is a reach or a connect, whatever, I need to change or solve it from my other 4Ps point of view, distribution, pricing, and other part of it. Okay. So when you see that coming together, that compartment does not exist. When you do not see it, where these clashes will happen and we'll just pass the bulb. I met my reach target. Why your sales is not happening? Will keep happening. That would be my answer.
Hemant, as somebody who's trying to really grow Truecaller in India, what's your one-line pitch to, let's say, somebody like Karthik or somebody like Raghavendra? Does it vary or is it the same?
Yeah, so I can give you instances, anecdotes of times when people, our advertisers have come to us and said, hey, listen, I'm only looking at performance because of your reach and scale. The size that you guys have, 6 billion impressions in a single day, that's massive. Let's work on performance. And we say, no, don't do it. Don't do it. You'll waste your money. You still need to woo your customers on a daily basis before you go out and say, hey, I want money from you. We don't do that, right? And probably the best example was my yesterday's meeting with a client who I will not name. So I asked him, give me $1,000. He said, why? I said, exactly. Exactly. I mean, where did that common sense go? So I think like everybody has said over here, if I go back to reach, I actually break down reach in two different ways. One is the reach, which is building loyalty depending on different periods of time that the customer will make that purchase, right? You buy IPL, you're not targeting specific folks, you're targeting all India. And then there is targeted reach, which is supposed to perform the function of optimization, because that is the start of my pipeline. And that starts affecting my consumer acquisition cost or any other metric that you use for driving revenue. So I think those are distinct, but at the same time related. Anybody doing either or, either focusing only on reach or only on performance is lazy. That's a shortcut.
Sorry.
So
Hemant is sitting next to me, and so I want to offer this. We always fight off the share of voice. Okay. Here's a gentleman sitting, unique reach, no SOV, no clutter. But we should have the guts to use that medium to build my consumer connect solution in a toilet soaps being sold at 15 rupees. We need innovators to make it happen. Okay. Here is an opportunity like this which exists, and we need media partners who will solve it for us. And we should have our own internal mechanism to make it work from the business model. Hence, I never get scared. I get excited when I see this fragmentation. It's a maza hai.
I mean, there's one more dynamic I think we should bring in as far as India goes. We often mentally, okay, and we heard this in one of the panels, that we work out heuristics in our head, which is a simple shortcut. You do reach, you'll get something, you'll get penetration, mental availability, etc. You do 50 plus every week, you'll get somewhere. These are mental shortcuts. And I think India has reached a place where we need to recognize that it's a hugely disparate country. I've seen so many category leaders who are sitting on 70, 80% penetration in state 1, and then state 4 and 5, they're as low as 20%. Okay, so I think when we say reach, and I've seen this in so many brands, so many operations, where maximizing reach becomes a very, very big part of what you do. And the question I'm raising is that the right way to look at our country right now is to de-average it. You de-average it by market, you de-average it by segments, you de-average it by channels, and then we choose the right thing to do for each of those, connection points and avenues. So if we build ground up instead of going top down, I think we start to get to the right answer. And this again, we've learned all these behaviors and habits as marketers because we've enjoyed a massive 50 to 70-year super cycle where all you needed to do was get the reach, get the GRPs, okay, pump in a great emotional ad, build your equity, and sales will come. I don't think that method is true anymore, simply because the market is far more complex, far more competitive than ever before.
Let's shift gears a bit. We haven't really talked about one very critical aspect, which is the creative side of the world, the advertising world. Do you believe the creative suffers when the KPI is sales and when there is inordinate amount of emphasis on convert every ad into a buy now button? The storytelling is very limited.
I'll take that. Then I'll ask you a counter question before I answer that. What do you think Snapchat is? Is it a performance channel or is it a branding channel?
I think it is both. And I'll tell you why it is both. Firstly, I can bet nobody uses Snapchat here because
We are not
90% of our users, oh great, I can
We are
see a
not.
couple of hands, which is wonderful to know. Oh great, thank you. We have a third hand. But having said that, I think one Snapchat is very different if you've not used it. It's not like, it opens to the camera, so it's about you. It doesn't open to a doom scroll like other social media platforms. And the fact that we have made, I'll just take 30 seconds, I'm not selling here. The serving of the ad is very, very different because the way the content, the messaging, and the camera is consumed in the app is very different. So I would say, to be fair, there is both the brand building side of the that the platform offers, and then there are formats that allow you to drive acquisition. So it's both.
So I asked this question because it is a creator first platform, right? For a client of ours into QSR, we are moving performance budgets on Snapchat because the brand feels, and rightly so, that Snapchat is the QSR pizza eating audiences, and the more they interact with the product or the offers, or they create their own toppings, there are multiple ways on which they can engage. The more content they create and more product they consume. So I think we have moved away from a stage where we know what is a good creative or what is a bad creative, or if a creative gets compromised with a certain output in mind, customer decides the creative. And going forward, there will be maybe one creative for everyone. So I don't think we can answer, or we should answer, and we should never say a good or a bad creative, because like I said, every creative adds to the brand, and that depends on who the TG is. What looks good to me might not sell, because I'm not the right TG for that product. So I think we are moving in a stage where we have to accept that the customer is smarter than us, in many cases younger than us, and they like their own face, what you said, and therefore every creative is hyper sensitive to interpretation.
Can I take just 2 seconds over there? I've seen this process very closely in my previous organization and now as well. I think the sweet spot is where creative meets data and is agile enough to be optimized. See, earlier creative, when it was sitting on other mediums, I do not like to call them traditional mediums. I think they're still larger than life, and they have their roles to play. The output of a creative was still probabilistic. Something will work. And of course, then there were measurements from the points of view of a language or a certain style of talking to a particular target audience, right? Now you have that data at your hand, which allows you to optimize every single thing, including a creative. And I think that's where the sweet spot really happens to a large extent. I'm sure that's what you see on Snap as well, right?
So,
Sorry, I think time is up.
Yeah. Just the closing comment on this one. Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to say that we dragged the media agency to become creative agency, and creative agencies are still struggling, saying what happened to them. Okay. So it's a question of how do we get the right creative solutions across media touchpoints. That's the game.
Well, thank you, everyone. This was, and I'm sure the debate continues. Probably we'll be talking about it next year and the year after, because this is never going to be a black and white scenario ever. Thank you, everyone, and thank you. A big round of applause for our very esteemed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pulkit, for being the session chair, and of course to all our eminent panelists. We'd like to request you to stay back and of course take the opportunity of inviting Lara Balsara Majumdar, the Executive Director of Madison World, to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation to all our panelists. Let's give her a big, big round of applause as we welcome her. Thank you so much, Pulkit. MD Snapchat. Thank you so much, Deepthi. Partner and CEO Hive Minds, thank you, Karthik. Chief Marketing and Growth Officer of Noble Hygiene. Thank you, Raghavendra, Assistant Vice President Media, Jyoti Labs. We've got Hemant, VP Global Ad Business, Truecaller Ads, and Sudipto, co-founder, EmergentLab.ai, Dopamine. Can we request you all to please step forward, allow us an opportunity to capture you all in one frame, and of course to all our audience members, let's continue that applause as we thank all our leaders with us. We have in frame Deepthi, Karthik, Raghavendra, Hemant, Sudipto, Pulkit, and Lara. Hashtag PMAR 2026 as a moment we celebrate all our leadership here on stage. And as we now segue to our next segment, let's now talk about the 5 decisions you must make before 2027. And we're extremely elated that for our next session, we have with us the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Cipla Health, a company which is the consumer wellness arm of Cipla that has rapidly expanded its footprint across health, personal care, and lifestyle categories, while driving strong growth and innovation in India's wellness ecosystem. Under his leadership, Cipla Health has scaled its portfolio and strengthened its mission of making science-backed wellness accessible to millions of consumers. It's truly an honor that we have him amongst us for our keynote address. Let's give a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we call on stage Mr. Shivam Puri.
Super. Hello. Yeah. Okay. So I've been listening in and of course learned a lot of marketing in the last couple of hours, and I realized that in this August group of marketers, there might be very little that I can add from a marketing perspective. So I said, let me use actually this session to give you a bird's eye view of how the board looks at marketing. Yeah. And those of you who are marketers in the room, listen in, because I will tell you what can get you sacked. Yeah, and which of these things, if you were to do, you can ensure that you stay an evergreen marketer. Yeah, very little marketing in what I say, a lot of common sense. But if each one of you can pick up even a single thought from what I say, I think I would have done my job. So, so first is adapt, adopt, and accept the change. And when we listen in, of course, our first reaction is, yeah, of course, we need to adapt. But this is fascinating. The dude on the left-hand side, the dinosaurs, 150 million years, and they vanished. The ones on the right-hand side, the cockroaches, have lasted 300 million years. What's the difference? In a traditional sense, one would say, yeah, I want to be the dinosaur, the muscular, the big guy. I want to be the smartest, sharpest marketer around. But you know what? If you do not adapt the way the cockroaches adapt, if you're not a cockroach today, in today's day and age, actually you might get extinct before you realize. And I was reflecting when Sam was presenting. In fact, I saw the report. I joined Sam's session midway. In 2020s, I remember Sam was presenting and he said, you know what, digital has now overtaken print. And this is because of COVID. And many of us in the audience, we nodded our head and we say, yeah, this will settle down. Yeah, of course, digital will settle down, and of course, print will continue to be number 2. It's fascinating to see. Digital has become 60% of the business. It's moving very, very rapidly. And one of the questions for everyone in this audience would be, if you look at all the tools around, these are essentially the leading tools in their spaces. If you've not yourself personally experienced at least half of these, you are actually being the left end, the left dude. And if you have used at least half of them, then you're being the cockroach. Please be a cockroach. Things are changing very quickly. Please ensure that you have actually experienced personally yourself at least half of these tools, because these tools might start defining marketing within 6 to 12 months. It won't take 5 years, trust me. It's moving very, very rapidly. Yeah, so first is adapt and adopt. Be a cockroach marketer. Don't be a dinosaur marketer. You might look awesome today. You might be doing lots of traditional media, people might be applauding you. Within a year, you might be a dinosaur and no one would want you in the company. Yeah. Second one, and this is a very, very important one, please listen in. First fire bullets and then cannonballs. Now, what are bullets? Bullets are essentially, very precise, very targeted plans, which you put in a small geography, in a small microcosm and study first. I have seen marketing function being rolled back because someone fired a cannonball before firing a bullet. What do I mean by that is, you have resources. What people do is, you have a flashy agency, you go with them, you go with the flow, and they tell you, sir, this is a big idea, let's bet the bank behind it. You end up putting 70% of your money to fire the cannonball. You spend money and you realize, oh damn, it didn't work. Damu, who heads our media buying, today morning was sharing one example. I won't name the brand. So they spent 35 crores in year 1. Then they spend 25 crores in year 2, one brand. And year 3, they're spending 2 crores. And the marketer has lost his job. Right? So what does this tell us is that in today's day and age, please fire a bullet first, test your thesis and see the impact. If the thesis works, go ahead and put a cannonball in place and double down and triple down on the quantum of spends. But before you're tested it out with a bullet, don't fire a cannonball. This is very, very critical. I again can't name, there is a large company which has actually completely changed over their marketing function the way they look at it, because they stepped back and they said marketing is not working. Very large company, by the way, very well respected company. And I've worked with the CEO, so I was talking to the person, and this person tells me, you know what, we have fired lots of cannonballs too early, and that's our current issue. Now we are trying to figure out which thesis will work. So we have put 100 tests in the company, and we will start to double and triple down on the tests that are working for us. So always remember, first fire a bullet and then go with a cannonball. This will ensure longevity of your marketing career. Yeah. Of course, when you imagine, the purest in us, the purest marketer in us wants to imagine, wants to take flights of fancy, lots of ideas and thoughts on what I want to change the world and this is what I want to create. Ensure you do that. Of course, you need to have a really open mind as you dream. Of course, when you start to implement, you fire the bullet first and then you fire the cannonball. But when you measure success of your monies that you're deploying, ensure you're thinking like a true blue CFO. Very, very critical. Before you start a campaign, please ensure in your mind you're clear that these are the 3 indices and matrices that I will move. And yourself, you don't need your boss, you don't need your CFO, you don't need your CEO, whoever to come and ask you on what the impact of what you did was. In your mind, before you start and trigger a campaign, be clear on what impact am I expecting. Measure the impact at the end of it. You will always be an amazing marketer. And the day you start dreaming big, very good, you need to do that. But stop measuring your dreams. Eventually it'll die down. No company has infinite resources and monies to invest behind any brand. Trust me. And today's day and age is actually becoming even sharper and faster. I was listening into the panel, someone said, I'm sure in the boardrooms, there's a lot of discussion on what was the sales translation of the money spent. Yes, indeed, that's the discussion. You spent 30 crores, you spend, so we do around 150, 200 crores. There's a lot of questioning on how is that helping? Why can't this be 130 crores? Why can't it be 100 crores? Why can't it be 50 crores? You have to stand there and relentlessly answer that question. Don't blame the person who's asking the question. He's doing it for the right reason. You have to start to ensure you measure your outcome. And if you keep measuring your outcome as a marketer, and I'm telling you the antithesis of imagination, right? So don't get me wrong. Even I'm a dreamer. Even I like thinking. But your thinking has to be followed by lots of correct interpretation of the outcomes of the money that you're spending. Again, I meet lots of people. And by the way, I might be, sounding like a guy giving lots of gyan as if I'm the world's best marketer. I'm not. But what I'm trying to do here is to tell you some of the pitfalls that can cost you dear. And when it costs you dear, you'll remember the points that I'm talking about here. Yeah, so that's the attempt here. Sam and the entire group has spoken about lots of latest trends. One of the biggest crime that you can commit is ignore them. Right? Do not ignore the trends that you're hearing. And lots of these trends we've been hearing, right? QCOM, I'm sure many of you were a part of that gang which said this won't work. Then we saw it started to work. Then we saw some of the biggest investors starting to double down on QCOM. And today many people say, yeah, great model. But 90% of thinkers were actually dead against QCOM when it started saying this won't work. Point is, do not ignore any trend that comes your way. So you can choose. You can choose QCOM today, I will lead. Great. You say there's a lot of customer coming in. I want to lead in this channel and I want to use this channel to talk to maximum number of customers. Great. You might say, no, fine. I'm not sure. I will follow. I'll follow the leader. So maybe I'll do 20% of what the leader is doing. Great. Your call. Third, you might choose to say, no, I'll consciously abstain. Nothing wrong with that. You say, I'll use e-com, I'll use traditional, I want to whisper to many, so this is not the right channel, etc., etc. But be clear on your thesis and have a reason why you are consciously abstaining, and keep testing out whether your choice of consciously abstaining is serving you right or not. Because within a couple of years, you'll realize that you have run the company in one direction and consumer went in other direction. So for every new trend that you hear, please decide whether you are choosing to lead, decide whether you're choosing to follow, and decide whether you're choosing to consciously abstain, and keep testing your assumptions. Every month, every quarter, keep testing our assumptions. You will have to course correct, you will have to pivot. Nothing wrong with that. Keep pivoting. That's the only way you can win in this game of marketing in the world of today. Yeah. Very important. you go to these forums and you see some really flashy media vehicles being spoken about, and you say, yeah, and it's a great conversation to have over drinks. But I'm using that vehicle, and this is how I'm talking to consumers, and it's great. And the world is talking about me, and I have these 1,000 influencers who are buzzing about my brand. But the outcome, when someone asks you saying, what's the ROI of the investment you did? It's coming. It will come tomorrow. And that tomorrow never comes, because you're choosing to go with the flashiest vehicle without actually measuring what you're in it for. A Mercedes versus a dumper truck. Dumper truck is not a great conversation driver, but trust me, even today, if you have to whisper to many for your brand and you're running a large brand, television still offers the lowest cost per reach. Does that mean we should all do television? Absolutely not. Does it mean that we should not do television? Absolutely not. It's a call that you have to take. But the flashiest vehicle is not the best for you. The channel which gives you lowest cost per reach, and that reach translates into outcomes, is the best for you. So don't get mesmerized by flash in today's gen, and there's a lot of it. 15, 20 years back, we were not mesmerized with too many flashy things around us. We were very clear. There were 2, 3 very clearly and boring ones. Today, you have lots of flashy vehicles on digital. Digital has become 60%, I agree. But trust me, within that, there is a lot of gas which doesn't translate into actual outcome for you. So you need to play digital very aggressively, but do measure what you're playing with. Yeah, and of course, the way I look at linear TV versus connected TV, linear TV is more about whispering to many, and connected TV is more about shouting to a few, right? So if you have to fire a few gunshots at the right cohort, no one can do that better than connected TV for you. But if you have to whisper to masses, whisper to many at lowest cost with a great creative, of course, that's an assumption, then linear TV still is a good vehicle to go with. So decide what you want to do, whether you want to whisper to many or you want to shout to a few. If the agenda is to shout to a few because you are building a new thesis, linear TV will not help you. You have to go with connected TV. But if you have a big brand and you have budgets which are pre-allocated, and you want to, with that budget, with a great creative, still talk to masses, linear TV still does a good job for you. Yeah, so be clear on your priorities as you measure what to go for. And of course, I started with this when, 2020. So this is just 6 years. We were all clapping the arrival of digital becoming bigger than print. And you're like, wow, this is the new thing. Today we are saying digital has actually become the biggest. Imagine 5 years down the line, what would the world look like? Do imagine. Just do a simple compounding of what we have experienced in last 5 years over the next 5 years. And the limitation of human mind is that we overestimate the short term, but we always underestimate the long term. Take an Excel and just do a maths of saying, if this is the trend in the last 5 years, what would it be in the next 5 years? And 5th year, trust me, you will be surprised with what the Excel sheet tells you, which then tells you on how to approach the future. Right? So don't get sort of too rattled with what you're seeing in the immediate term. Just do a long-term thesis and prepare for that future, because 5 years down the line, trust me, if we were to compare today's discussion with what we hear 5 years down the line, it will look very, very different. We will look like people coming from dinosaur age in 2025, 26. When we talk about it in 2030. So it's changing very rapidly, but very, very exciting times, especially exciting times for new brands, new thesis with all these channels coming in. And thank you, Sam, and the entire team for inviting me, and lots of value add for me as well. So thank you so much. God bless you. May you have a long marketing career ahead.
Shivam, thank you so much. We just request you to stay back and allow us an opportunity to invite Ajit Varghese, the partner and group CEO, Madison World, to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation. You can, of course, see the respect they have for each other. And with that, let's give both of them a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Puri. What a fantastic keynote address. And thank you so much. Let's encourage him with a bigger round of applause as we celebrate the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Cipla Health, Mr. Shivam Puri. And now, ladies and gentlemen, towards the conclusion, we have our closing panel discussion, wherein we talk about our short form content and AI killing the 30-second spot. Of course, with AI in every field, this topic makes it even more relevant that we have our leaders joining us and discuss on the same. We have leaders from the World Gold Council, we have from MIQ, we have from Blue Star, we have from Bestseller, and of course our moderator is from Madison World. Towards the finale, of course, we would encourage all of you throughout today, if you've got the opportunity to hashtag PMAR 2026 as one word. And if you still haven't got the access to the report, the best way to download it is through the QR code on the 10 cards displayed on the table. That will give you the opportunity to go to the link. And of course, we've also taken the liberty of mailing it individually as well, wherein you can scan and get the access to the report. With that being said, allow me an opportunity to now firstly invite the moderator of this conversation. Please join me in welcoming Vivek Das, Chief Digital Officer of Madison World. Joining Vivek on stage would be our eminent panelists, starting with Girish Hingorani, Vice President Marketing, Consumer Products and Corporate Communications, Blue Star. Let's give Girish a warm round of applause as we welcome him. Come on now, Mumbai, where's that energy? Let that keep pouring. Varun Mohan, Chief Commercial Officer, India of MyQ. Let's give him a big, big round of applause as we invite Varun. We'd also like to take the opportunity of inviting on stage Apurva Maheshwari, the Head of Marketing, India Bestseller, and Aarti Saxena, Head of Marketing, India World Gold Council. Thank you so much to all our eminent panelists for joining in, Aarti, Varun, Girish, Apurva, and of course, I'd like to leave it in the able hands of Vivek to take it forward. This is going to be our closing panel discussion. Of course, a lot to learn from them. Over to you, Vivek.
Hello. Okay, excellent. I think while we are the last panel discussion, हमने अपना rehearsal कर लिया, and we had our own panel discussions back in the speaker lounge. And I think the panel is largely going to focus on busting a lot of stereotypes and myths that surround this entire topic of AI and short form. Are they really killing the 30-second spot or the 60-second spot? I think I'll set the context, and we've all heard today while we were revealing the report that there is a massive shift underway in terms of the entire media mix that's happening, right? But that's the big picture. We also talked about what's happening within the mix of advertisers. And we're seeing very unique media mixes that different categories are operating. And also depends on which kind of category are you operating at. Is it a highly established category? Is it a highly cluttered category? Is it a slow moving category? It is a high involvement category. And I think we've got a good mix of representation here from the industry today. Of course, Girish comes from the consumer appliances space, historically from a B2B background, and now then moving into more consumer first territory as well. We've got Apurva, who represents fashion and accessories. We've got Aarti, who represents gold and jewelry and gold and ETF investments as a category. And we've got Varun, who's going to do a reality check on all of us, because Varun represents MIQ, and we've got platforms. He's got access to all kinds of platforms, and he's seeing where the money is really going, right? What kind of assets is it going after? So that's the context of it. And we'll start with the first fundamental job of marketing and advertising rather is only three things that advertising can do. And that's what we believe in Madison, which is attention, memory, and response. It can generate attention or capture attention. It can build or refresh memory structures, or it can drive responses, right? And we're looking at the entire space of creativity, whether it is human-driven creativity or AI creativity, from that lens. So I'll just do an opening warm-up from a category lens. Let's start with Aarti, actually. From a category lens, how do you see the role of communication? Just fundamental, from a category lens, the role of communication for you.
Um, Very important for us. So I'm from World Gold Council. We focus on gold as a category and in both its forms. So gold as jewelry and gold as investment. Communication for us is very, very important because if you look at gold as jewelry, where we completely focus on driving relevance, which is a lot about emotional storytelling. So that's where, communication is completely focused on how do you drive relevance, how do you tell a beautiful, emotionally evocative story to drive relevance. But when we look at goal as investment, it's driven by more awareness, it's driven more by simplification, because when it's about investment, it's very important to talk about how easy it is to invest, and that's where we focus a lot on the simplification side of it, driving awareness. So from gold investment perspective, it's not just about gold as a strategic asset class. We also have core focus on driving awareness for gold ETF, and that's where we look at communication, which is very, very pointed on talking about the reason to believe, what it stands for, and that's where we kind of focused all the communications on.
Yeah, so the entire spectrum of very high emotion, high involvement, going all the way into very serious investment focused communications, right?
Yes, both side of it, yes.
Yeah, so I think we'll just set the base on the kind of communication challenges and tasks we're all dealing with individually. And then we'll come to what is the role of the asset and where it comes from, right? So let's break the pattern a little bit. If I come to Girish, it'll also be high involvement. So we'll go to Apurva now, which is more fashion and accessories.
Good evening, everybody. Uh, I represent Bestseller, and Bestseller is a Danish fashion retail company. We retail out of over 80 odd countries, and we retail brands like Jack and Jones, Veromoda, Selected, Only. I see some of our brands being worn today in the evening also. From a communication perspective, because it's fashion and it's trend first fashion, uh, it becomes extremely important that we deliver these trends visually to our consumers, and that the job of it is to make sure that we constantly inspire consumers on the trends that we retail, the trends that are in fashion right now, and the trends that will make them look and feel good.
Excellent. Thank you, Apurva. I think it's a very challenging category, especially from the kind of market we're looking at. Very high clutter, very established both in traditional retail as well as commerce, and very transient, right? And India as a fashion market is a whole different
Absolutely.
experience in itself,
It's
right?
never a dull
There is
day.
no parallel.
Yeah, it's never a dull day for us.
Yeah, never a dull day, right? So moving to Girish, a lot of high involvement categories, a lot of consumer education. How do you see that happening? And you've done the whole spectrum, right? You've done the tier one Virat Kohli level communication, but you also have to go down to talking about 3-star versus 5-star.
Yeah, so obviously, so to begin with, I think we're the only ones keeping you away from the bar. So we'll try to make it as exciting as possible and have a lot of fun on this panel. Of course, I belong to a category which is highly commoditized, right? All of us have air conditioners at home, but it's honestly a very low involvement category because the functional need is still much higher than the aspirational need. The reason you buy an air conditioner is just for cooling. And when you have so many brands kind of, trying to get into that space, again, in a category where there are about only 35 million households in the country who have air conditioners. So we're talking of a huge opportunity of 150 million households that can or would want an air conditioner because of the tropical climate that we are in. So ironically, Virat as a brand ambassador was not taken for the tier one audiences. The growth is coming from tier 3, 4 and 5 because that's where are the larger chunk of those audiences lying. The first time buyers जो अपने पैसे जुटा कर AC खरीदने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, right? Because obviously they want to give a better environment to their children. They can study better, they can sleep better. There are a lot of social triggers with the heat trigger. And clearly communication has a very important role to play in any commoditized category because, then it'll become like potatoes and onions. So unless you create a strong brand, unless I have a very compelling reason that I give you of why buy me, it'll then just be a price war. So therefore, for me and for the brand, communication is extremely important because that helps me differentiate versus the rest in a very cluttered space.
Excellent. I think from a brand standpoint, you set the baseline for the conversation. Varun, I want to hear a very specific point of view from you. You're seeing how multiple different platforms ad tech platforms, media platforms are shaping up, right? And in a very tech first, data first sort of an environment, how are they looking at communication? And with AI sort of coming in, are the platforms really geared up to support the entire sort of a communication spectrum, from a very emotion first, attention building, memory building sort of a communication? Or is it more, are platforms gearing more towards more scale? Then you want to do asset generation at scale, so we are ready for that.
Hello. So, answer to that, yes. Now, I'll just take a step back in terms of sharing my personal experience to the whole thing. So 20 years of my career been in digital space, and throughout the journey, I've been hearing that, print is going to die, radio is going to die, outdoor is going to die, TV is going to die, and etc. But nothing died yet. Everything is alive. Only thing is it's transformed, right? The way outdoor is consumed, or the way how the ads are delivered is changed. The way radio, I mean, technically everything have moved to digital in a different way altogether, because the replacement of radio is technically the podcast and audio platforms. The way consume television have changed. It from an appointment viewing, it is more of a convenient viewing. So the whole ecosystem have evolved or transformed in a way, but nothing have replaced anything in a way. The whole the gamut of industry have, I would say, have grown drastically across everything. Now, a very interesting point Arti was talking about some time back, that some few years back people are talking about TV is dying, move to digital. Now we are going back that digital is dying, let's go to connected TV kind of thing, right? So that is not how it's supposed to be. I mean, I'm a strong believer of that platforms coexist, and that is how we see the consumer shift in terms of consumption also across platforms, right? I mean, we all, end of the day, we all are consumers, and we consume an outdoor when you're traveling. We consume music, again, depending on our time in terms of leisure. We at back home we consume TV, and so the consumer, the user, I mean, in terms of the user base have increased. So the volume is technically playing a significant role. Now, few years back, I would say 2016, we had almost around 250 million internet users. Today, we're talking about 1 billion internet users. So when you're talking about a scale where then India was one of the premium market in terms of data cost, today India is the cheapest in terms of data cost. So average Indian consumer consumes approximately 4 hours of video content on a daily basis, mostly on a doom scroll. So when you're talking about that kind of consumption happening, you need AI to play a significant role in terms of understanding the user behavior, the content consumption, contextual, etc., in terms of creating the cohorts or bucket of audience for better targeting and engagement. Now, again, what platform works, what time for what user, that technically agent or Gen AI or agentic platform will help you to define that, because again, the primary focus of this content in terms of the short format or long format perspective also, that is defined by when when the consumer is using what kind of content on what platform. So that prediction algorithm, AI technically helps you to do that prediction algorithm.
Okay, I think I'm going to open a question to the brand marketing leaders first, right? And this is going back to the baseline that we set. The typical conversation is around AI or short form taking over, right? But I think that's a very media first lens of looking at communication. That's not a business first lens, right? So when you're looking at communication, how do you decide whether do I need a 60-seconder, a 30-seconder, or can I do just with short form? That's one part. The second part is, within short form also there is a whole plethora of options, right? Do I go the creator route? Do I create my own? Or I've created a 30-seconder, do I just get down edits of that to a 10-second or 6-seconder, right? So depend for each of your spectrum of communication jobs that you're trying to solve for, how do you decide that? Anyone can start. Aarti, you want to go for it?
So like you mentioned that as a marketer, we do not look at media first approach. It's very important to have the right context, understanding of what you're trying to do. Now, in my case, for example, gold jewelry, There is a clear problem statement when we focused on the millennials, the young millennials and Gen Z. There was a clear disconnect, emotional disconnect with gold jewelry, and that's where we felt that there is a lack of relevance, and for that it was very important that we tell stories which are relevant and emotionally captivating. And therefore, when we with that as a background, looking at our audience, which is more millennials and Gen Z, we started with 30 seconder. In fact, we did have 4-5 years back, we did have 45 seconders too, which is now we are a lot sharper. But yes, we do focus a lot on storytelling, especially when you're looking at how do you make it emotionally captivating. We also, like she mentioned, that for us it's also very important that our visual language is something which builds aspiration. I mean, today when you look at the consumer, especially the youngsters, it's about the wallet share, and they have so many options. It's cross category. It's not about gold jewelry versus diamond, but it's also about the gadgets, the experiences, the travel they do. And therefore, it's very important to understand that, if you were to vie for that wallet share, you have to be telling right story, telling a relevant story. And for that, we've always looked at 30 seconder. But at the same time, it's also very important to understand that the attention span is coming down. It's around 8 seconds today. And all marketeers, we know that if within 3 seconds we do not make a difference, we do not resonate with our storytelling, the younger generation, Gen Z, will move away. And therefore, it's very important that we also, when we design 30 seconder, Vivek, we also look at how do we create same story in a compact form, so which is 15 second and 10 seconds. So it is by design that we look at all separately, and we ensure that the story is complete, and therefore the choice of stories are also designed in a way that it caters or it fits into all 3 or 4 edits. So it's a mix of all. So it's not about looking at how long the story should be. I truly believe that if you have a strong content, I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone has seen Apple's Mother Nature story, or Gap's Better in Jeans advertisements. They're such a long format and they all went viral. So if you have the right content, if it resonates with your audience, it has a potential to be seen, and longer format works. So for us, it's all about the context and what you're trying to say. And if it's story is evocative, I think it delivers the message well.
I think excellent point. And Apurva, while you answer the original question, also throw some light on the formula that you've cracked for your category.
So to just add on to what I think everybody sort of discussed, is that there isn't a one size fit all. Hey, this is a master of 60, or hey, this is a master of 90, and then there's a 45, and there's a 30, and there's a 10 and a 5. It depends on the category. It depends on the life stage of the business. What are the challenges that the brand is sort of solving for? We retail 4 brands. They're all on they cater to 4 different types of 4 segments of consumer. Their channel mix and their distribution mix is very different. Their product proposition is very different. The pricing is very different. So depending on the brand, our communication strategy is sort of different, right? If you're launching a season, which is what we do 2 times a year, autumn, winter, and spring, summer fashion follows these 2 cycles. At the start of the season, we are launching about 800 to 1,000 odd options. We have to, within our own channel and within our own ecosystem to our consumers, we have to simplify their journey, right? In some cases, we have to we have to make the consumer dream of a particular category. Say, for example, for Vero Moda, it's dresses. Or in case of, say, Jack and Jones, if there is a particular fit or a denim fit that we are launching, we don't need a long format storytelling there. We just need to make sure that the consumer sees the fit on different body types, sees the various ways in which this person can sort of style their pair of denim, and then go about the life that they go about and turn up in the scenarios that they have to turn up. So essentially, really no one sort of format or one solution fit all. I mean, the biggest of the fashion houses in the world, which is Louis Vuitton, has invested last year, and they're building a studio, a full production film studio, and they're producing films across the maison, across the different brands that they retail, and that's all sort of long format. That's also thumb stoppers. So all of that works because consumers sort of really not looking at the second touch of the campaign, right? The consumers looking, hey, do I understand? Do I see this? Do I register this? Do I like this? Do I want to buy it?
Girish, I think we were also talking about the business of selling versus the business of entertainment.
Yeah, correct. In fact, just adding up to her, our seconds is in our mind, right? It's media deployment. The consumer is looking at content. Dhurandhar was some 3 hours, 40 minutes. It's the biggest blockbuster in the last 17 years. We're talking of a generation who has limited attention span, but yet watches a movie of 3 hours, 40 minutes because, and is a huge blockbuster. This is a story of India, right? It's all about the content, how engaging the content is. The time is immaterial. Your content can be engaging for 60 seconds or for 10 seconds. That depends on the kind of story you want to tell. As marketers, we're storytellers. Often we confuse media deployment with storytelling. The two should not be interchanged in that sense. I'll give you an example that Blue Star ads with the same celebrity, which is Virat Kohli. My view through rate for a particular creative 3 years ago was 15%. Last year it was 54%. That 15% view through rate was on a limited 5 million impressions with a ad secondage of 15 seconds. This is a 30-second commercial across 27 million impressions. Even then the VTR was 55%. So eventually it all boils down to content. Our first brief to the agency is create something which is entertaining. Okay, no consumer wants to see ads. You have to entertain the consumer and intelligently get your brand messaging along with it. Once you do that, then it doesn't matter whether you have a 30-second, 10-second or 60 seconds. Finally, it's how well you tell your story that matters. And clearly, when you're building a brand, there is no 10-second formula. When you're building a brand, you've got to tell a story. And the more compelling a story that you can make, the better you will be in the consideration set. That's what I think.
Varun, I'll come to you. I think Apurva wants to go. But in the meanwhile, Varun, I want you to think about this, right? Because this is a contradiction to how platforms sell the ability to create content. It is more about a very transactional experience of a customer discovering a brand to buying it, but it's more transactional in that sense, right? It's not so much about storytelling. It is more commoditized when it comes to AI coming into the way we are selling AI and creativity, at least, right? And there's the other extreme of what's happening in Hollywood right now, because there is a new AI tool out there which can make a whole movie, right? But Apurva, you want to go first? Yeah.
No, I was just adding on to your point, right? The fact that consumers are not really reacting to second touch. The fact that consumers are not really reacting to second touch. It is so easy now for brands versus say when I started my career, right, where we had to work hard on awareness, we had to work hard on persuasion. It is so easy for brands to be omnipresent. You can literally be everywhere. So it's the impetus is back on the marketers, the agency partners, the storytellers in the room and everywhere else, that we really work on persuasion. It could be something as simple as a static. It could be something as elaborate as a full movie production. But the act of persuasion is something that anyway is coming back into the mix.
Well said. TV is not dead, but the mic is.
Firstly, Vivek, I want to say sorry to you. Unfortunately, you couldn't make it like a nation wants no debate because everyone agreeing to the same point here. So, the key thing, in fact, okay, let me put it in two ways. One is the life stage of the brand. That matters. Second is the objective KPI or outcome expectation of the particular campaign or activation, etc. Right? That defines, like, again, all said the same thing. That defines what ad format will work. Right? Now, answering your point in terms of why the platforms are selling what the marketers are asking for, in fact. The reason being is, unfortunately, we got into a loop of reach and frequency at the lowest cost. Right. So when you want reach, just the metric you're looking at, that I want to reach, I want to build frequency, and I have only this much budget. Now, you can't buy a 30-seconder at X cost. You need to have half the cost of 30X, then you go with 6-seconder or 10-seconder kind of thing, right? But technically, that objective is met or not? No. Now, interestingly, I'll tell you, a conversation happened almost a week back, 10 days, wherein somebody was challenging me in terms of, do you remember an ad in the recent past, apart from any of the clients you worked on, kind of thing, on television or any of the brand perspective, versus 20, 25 years back, you would remember an ad of Vico Turmeric or Cadbury or XYZ kind of thing. I completely disagree to that point because as a human nature, we always have a behavior of glorifying our past. Right? We always say that wo time pe achhe chal raha tha, in fact, that everything used to be good kind of thing. But you're not taking the actual consideration or situation to consideration. That is, 25 years back, we hardly had few channels. Today we are talking about almost 400 to 500 channels on the linear TV. We're talking about country TV, at least around 30, 40 OTTs. We're talking about music platforms. We're talking about all these, and end of the day, the consumers. Now the average buying pattern or the potential audience then versus today is very different. So you can't, and number of brands, forget about everything. How many brands used to be there 25 years back versus every category today is cluttered. Right? You have multiple options for consumers. So everyone have to gain your market share or SOV, you need to be more present across, right? In terms of most of the brand, I would say 2 decades back used to focus on festive time promotions. But today, 90% of the brand focus on festive as well as always on perspective. And this recently somebody from eForum asked me about it, so just adding that point. So all of this put together, now the format, coming to the format perspective, what the brand objective is? You want to build a story which is connected to an emotion, or you want to build performance. Now, what funnel the focus is in terms of upper funnel, mid funnel, lower funnel perspective, that ad format is defined based on that. So as Aarti and Girish mentioned about, first, you can't define your communication or creative based on the media concept. You need to first define your objective, build on your creative, and then one thing also usually is failed is you tend to create one master creative and run it across all platforms. That never works. You need to create your customized creatives, as Apurva was talking about, in terms of different platforms, because each and every platform, the consumer behavior is very different. You can't expect the same engagement or deliveries on a social platforms like LinkedIn versus X versus Meta platforms or non-social anywhere for that matter, because every let me throw some pointers here. Average consumer attention have reduced in the recent time to less than 6 seconds, right? So Girish was talking about in terms of how a long format works, but it also said that 74% of the creative is focused on if you have first 3 seconds, which is technically if you're getting the user glued to that first 3 seconds, then the delivery is, the brand is delivering the entire, or the VTR is good, right? So that most of the creative part of it that fail. So the objective is to just deliver the ad, focus on performance, because end of the day, they want to go back, or brands want to go back with sales, visits on the sites, and etc. That with that KPIs, short form is technically because we become cost efficient in a manner.
Absolutely. We are towards the last 5 minutes of our conversation. So I want to bring in a sort of a closing angle to it. But one correction, Varun, you said 400, 500 TV channels. Bark alone tracks more than 700 TV channels.
More than, I said more than.
Right? Yeah. And the untracked number is 1,000 plus, right? So we still have that many TV channels alive.
OTTs, I said 30, we have more than 60 OTTs.
True, true. So see, I think the one perspective we want to give to everyone is that the way we speak about media, and Ajit touched about it earlier, that we want to be seen as growth architects and not just media planners. But the only way we can do that is when we stop thinking about media from long form is dead, short form is the next thing, TV is dead, CTV is the next thing. The life of a marketer has only become more and more complex, because the job of communication, while it remains the same, but what has exploded is the media ecosystem in which that communication is delivered, and in what different shapes and forms it is delivered, depending on what jobs it has to do, right? So bringing us closer to reality a little bit. Now I want to add, this is a closing question to all of you. If I want to add the two reality factors of speed and economics, how do you choose between when you're building a brand, launching a season, running e-commerce, running sales promotions? How do you choose between now hundreds and thousands of assets that you need, human creativity and AI creativity? How do you make that choice?
So I have spoken a lot about the emotional long form formats and emotional storytelling. I just wanted to talk about the speed, when you need to be agile. So gold is investment asset class. And we make a case for gold as a strategic asset too. Now, in that context, just a simple, just a little context on that, the market and gold are inversely correlated. So when the market goes up, the gold goes down and vice versa. So while, yeah, we focus a lot on the longer storytelling when it's about driving relevance and, emotions. But in this case, when few years back, when the market was very volatile, um, we wanted to make sure that we serve our ads at the right time. So what we deployed is DCO, which is dynamic creative optimization. We ensured that whenever market is going up, we have a different messaging going to the targeted consumer. In the same way, when the market is going down, we just talk about that invest in gold because it's a great hedge against inflation, or it's a great diversifier. So we looked at customization, we looked at personalization, and therefore we delivered right message at the right time, targeting the right consumers. So this was very agile approach, very, very short messaging delivered at the right time, and we performed very well. We really broke the ceiling in that performance. So yeah, something like this, when you have very clear target, you can have creatives, multiple creatives done, and then you can serve as per the need. So that works pretty well. So that's one example which I wanted to share with you.
Excellent.
I think here's the contrarian view. I will give you both sides of the coin. There are instances, because we retail brands in an omni environment, there are instances where either human creativity is not required or it becomes a bottleneck. It impedes the speed to market. Some of these creative, so as to speak of now, it could be a post caption, it could be A/B testing that we're doing on ads. Nobody needs to apply their brain. Somebody just needs to just produce that content. And that's where AI really helps. There is a lot of social media, and somebody spoke about the attention span, somebody spoke about the plethora of creatives that need to be churned out on a day-to-day basis. There are a lot of places or a lot of use cases where AI really produces the content at scale, and it's required, right? There are multiple audience sets or multiple ad sets or multiple campaigns that are working nonstop, and that's where it's better that it's automated and there's no human creativity needed there. But having said that, I am yet to see in India any fully AI generated campaign which has had sizable media spent behind. I'm yet to see across different categories, and maybe that's something that I may have missed. But every single large brand campaign or every single large effective campaign that I have seen is not generated through AI as yet.
So right now we're seeing a lot of TVCs being generated by AI. I think as long as we are human beings and we react to emotions, human creativity will play a role. Once we also become AI models and we don't react to emotions is when AI can take over us. But until AI is used as a tool, things like microsurgical strikes is where AI can deploy. If I'm monitoring 450 towns today where the temperature has gone beyond a particular threshold, and if I can generate a customized image, AI can do 2,000 creatives in seconds, which would have otherwise taken me months to do, and I would not be able to manage that. So speed of execution, microsurgical strikes, relevance, conversions can be done brilliantly by AI, but the basic brand building, the storytelling, as long we are all, we all made up of chemicals, we react to emotions. I think human creativity will play a role.
Varun, I'm a strong believer of coexisting. Everything which you asked, be it the platforms, be it short format, long format, be it AI or human invention, all I would say is bound to coexist. It is not like one for another in a way. Even with creatives, as Aarti mentioned about DCO, Girish mentioned about in terms of creating an automated, depending on the temperature, or Apurva mentioned about in terms of different sizes, creative and etc. perspective. Definitely, because that is something which, I mean, the master creative or the master concept, you still need that emotion or the people intervention, wherein customization of that is easy. You don't need to wait for a creative agency to come back with wanted yesterday timeline. So that thing can be seamlessly managed. But across, be it, I mean, in terms of media delivery also, today we're talking about a trading agent. in few months, we will talk about planning agent as well as the measurement agent perspective. Now, all of these things are needed, yes. The reason being is because the number of activations are increasing, the user base is increasing, the behavior pattern is changing. So you need beyond human intervention perspective where AI can play a significant role in terms of getting all of that together. But without giving a right prompt, you don't get the right results. So to give the right prompt, you need the human to be behind that to run it.
Yeah, so I think until Agent Ravindranath Tagore or Agent Picasso comes in, we are okay. But to conclude, I think headlines can tend to be very binary. But earlier, what Aarti, what you were saying is that a lot of times headlines tend to be very black and white. In reality, it is not. And I think the complexity of being able to market and therefore generate business and growth has only increased and continues to increase. And that's something that we need to gear up for. If we, as agencies, want to be true growth partners for our clients, to be able to understand the complexity that they deal with, both from a consumer lens and from a competition category lens, and then to be able to advise the right choice of communication, instead of talking about it from a binary lens saying, oh, why are you investing behind a 60-second? It is the era of short form film, right? It's not the era of anything. I think if it's the era of anything, it's the era of complexity and how we can solve and orchestrate that complexity for brands. I think that's what we'll conclude with. Thank you so much for all your valuable inputs.
Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, Vivek, and all our eminent panelists. May we please urge you to step forward, allow us an opportunity to now invite Hemant Arora, VP Global Ad Business of Truecaller Ads, to please join us and help us in giving a token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big, big round of applause as we welcome him. Starting with Girish, thank you so much. Of course, like to take the opportunity of thanking Varun. Thank you so much, Apurva. Thank you so much, Aarti, for joining us. It's so great to get the perspective from all the brands. And of course, thank you so much, Vivek, for curating it so wonderfully. May we request the entire team to step forward, all our panelists, moderator, and our presenter. Can we have the loudest round of applause for all our speakers today at PMAR 2026? It's turned out to be fantastic. The report is live, it's out. Let's get the copies of that, let's scan. And of course, towards the conclusion, we'd once again like to thank all our speakers, all our valued attendees, and of course our partners for being with us on this PMAR 2026. With that, it's me, Bhavna Bhatia, signing off for today, but congratulations to Exchange for Media and Madison World for achieving this great event, and do join us for drinks and dinner, but we'd like to leave you with the partner presentations on the view. Thank you so much, and drive back home safely, fly back home safely. Thank you.
Amazon's unparalleled signals, reach and technology enables advertisers to connect with relevant audiences as they browse, stream and shop in their everyday lives to deliver results across your objectives through meaningful connections that matter. Access Amazon's wide reach in India with 66% reach among digital audiences across touchpoints, amplified by leading third-party publishers and supply-side platforms. Leverage our trillions of browsing, shopping and streaming signals to engage customers at each touchpoint, from our video streaming to shopping and everything in the middle. Building on every interaction to bring your stories to life. Drive measurable outcomes for your brand at all stages of the customer journey, from awareness to consideration to purchase. Full funnel advertising at scale for everyone.
India's leading Hindi entertainment channel, Dangal TV. dream. A vision. By Mr. Manish Singhal. Dangal TV has a massive monthly reach of over 170 million viewers. 10,000 plus hours of powerful storytelling. Producing over 25 hours of original content every week. Catering to audience with different genres. Family drama. Fantasy drama. Romance. Thriller and crime. Mythology. The heartbeat of Indian entertainment. Dangal TV is now #1 globally on YouTube for 8 consecutive months with over 60 million subscribers and 2.1 billion monthly views. Entertain TV Network.
In the world of advertising, the big screen has always been the ultimate prize. Programmatic is blind on CTV. It treats cinematic ads like standard mobile video, hidden, spoofed, and untraceable. Introducing CTV Scale, the only connected TV-first advertising platform built for trust, transparency, and impact. We close the gap. Mirror your linear TV authority with our convergent approach. Total access to a fragmented ecosystem unified in one place. From non-skippable video to interactive tiles, we deliver scaling potential legacy systems simply cannot match. Verified by the giants. Real-time fraud prevention with M-Filter-It. Industry standard ratings by Nielsen. CTV Scale. Reclaiming the living room. Redefining the big screen.
In today's media universe, every frame fights for attention.
Every scroll is a pitch, every stream is a story. But amid this endless noise, who still controls the meaning? India sits at the center of the world's content explosion. Billions of videos, creators, and AI-generated ideas, all competing for the same 5 seconds of focus. Scale is no longer the challenge. Relevance is. Because not every impression drives impact, not every context builds credibility, and not every view earns trust. At Channel Factory, we help brands navigate this abundance, turning visibility into value through suitability, cultural understanding, and hyper-localized precision that speaks to every persona in every language. For the new India, diverse, digital, and dynamic, this isn't just about reaching audiences. It's about reaching the right moment in their world. Because when everything is seen, what still matters is being understood. Channel Factory. Relevance. Redefined.
Reporter News Network stands as South India's biggest election coverage platform, powered by the widest reporting network and the strongest ground presence across Kerala. With expert editorial analysis that decodes every mandate and every shift in voter sentiment, Reporter commands the largest following among Keralites for election updates. Delivering the fastest updates and the most accurate results, the network leads from the front on counting day and throughout the electoral process. Home to the biggest and most original election shows, Reporter connects with every segment of society across all age groups, making it the complete destination for election coverage. Delivering the complete election picture as it is, the complete election channel, an irreplaceable news voice in the Malayalam media landscape. Reporter, fight for justice. Report.